Welcome everyone to another episode of Cinematic Realms after a 2 week break. I hope you're all doing well. We will shortly be joined by a guest. AK is joining us. I think she's just running a little bit behind. Oh, she says she's coming now, so she should be here in a second. I hope you're all doing well. I'm well rested. And we have a lot to talk about today because we're going to be talking about a pretty damn good movie. Um, in my opinion, I didn't want to speak for you, Jared, and I don't yet actually have AK's thoughts on the movie. I presume she liked it. Uh, if not, we're going to have a very interesting conversation. But for me, it's my favorite movie of the year so far. And that film is Ryan Coogler's Sinners. Uh, uh, yeah, I don't have enough superlatives about this movie, and I actually hadn't sat down to watch the whole thing since I bought the 4K. I think because I knew this was on the horizon and I wanted to save it, but also I've got like a million different things I'm watching and trying to get through them all. So it was okay if I, put my rewatch on the back burner for a little bit, but then I watched it today and I was just like, oh, holy shit, this is another class of movie, and especially after you and I have been having conversations about my my movie collecting habits and what I am and I'm not going to buy on physical media. I watched this and I was like, oh yes, this is why I like to own certain things on disc, because it looked fucking fantastic. But yeah, I I don't even, I don't want to start in earnest until AK gets here, but yeah, I freaking love this movie. I've been looking forward to it ever since I saw like the first teaser trailer. I was like, oh shit, this is going to be really good. And yeah, needless to say, it blew me away when I saw it in theaters. And this is going to be one that sticks with me for quite a while.
Yeah, no, this is a special movie, and why we'll get into many of the reasons why. It also just it feels like the one of that rare class of movie of like only this filmmaker could have made this movie, and Ryan Coogler has been on a hot streak ever since he started his career. He's made this is his fifth movie to date. He's made Fruitvale Station. He made Creed. He did the two Black Panther movies, Black Panther and Black Panther Wakanda Forever. He's produced a number of other movies, including Judas and the Black Messiah. But this is kind of his movie through and through, not just because he wrote it and directed it and is an entirely incredibly original concept and execution, but also because, and I'm sure we'll get into this later, he really it was so personal to him that he wanted to make sure that he had control over it and ownership of it later afterwards, and that actually became a point of contention with for Hollywood in general, because this movie, which is an incredibly risky concept, is a movie that was
Hi, AK.
Hey, AK.
Hello, gentlemen. Hello. Pardon my tardiness. I do apologize.
You're fine. How are you doing?
I am okay. It's been a while since I've been here. It is lovely to see you.
Yeah, I missed you so much. I feel like yeah, it's because I feel like I went through a period where I was taking some time off, and then we kind of started back up, and I feel like we did a bit of a retooling slightly with things, and I wasn't having as many guests on because we were just sort of barreling through week by week. But I kept saying like, oh, man, I want to get AK back on the channel because we have so much fun. And yeah, and then we just got back from another much shorter hiatus. We took 2 weeks off because I was burnt out, and I was like, I do not want to talk about this movie when I'm burnt out.
Yes,
because
I
is
highly
so good.
encourage everyone to take those mental health breaks. It doesn't even have to be a mental health break, just a break from the rigmarole that we all put ourselves through. Because if you remember, we do have jobs outside of this. None of us are paying rent with these streams. So yeah, it can be taxing. So I totally understand. Totally understand.
Oh God, wouldn't that be great if this was our job?
Oh, if only it would be. I would have a lot more time to do things at a bit more higher production. But is what it is.
Yeah. How have you been?
How is my volume to you guys?
I
think I'm
you
hearing
sound
an
great,
echo, but I don't know. No, okay, maybe it's just me then.
You sound great to us, and I do not hear an echo. So,
as long as it's coming through okay, I'm good.
Yeah.
All right. I've been okay. I also have been taking a hiatus. Had some health things going down behind the scenes, but me and Meeks, if everything goes well, we'll be back on Wednesday talking about the second half of the Ironheart series.
Nice.
Yeah, episodes 4, 5, and 6, I think. Yeah.
I have not been able to start that yet because, as I was talking about before you hopped on, I feel like I have like a million different things that I'm trying to watch.
Yep.
And it's just like, if it's something that I'm not already tuned into, I'm like, yeah, you're going on the back burner for a while.
Yep, I understand that completely. Yes, that happens a lot. Yeah, I think we were going. Go ahead, Jared.
No, I was just gonna say I did get to watch Ironheart, so I'll have to seek out that discussion because I really liked the show.
Yeah, I liked it too. I know Disney, not Disney, but like Marvel has been getting a lot of flack for some of their latest MCU things, but I think Ironheart was a solid one. And yeah, I'm excited to wrap up that season, and then I don't know what we're moving on to next. But yeah, there's tons of things out there. We just got to pick and choose what we actually have time for.
I have been tuned in enough to hear that a certain character showed up in that show that like has been the fan speculation for like every Marvel TV project
since WandaVision. Ever since WandaVision, it's been teased, and if you know the lore, then you know why it's been teased, because those two characters are heavily connected. So it's interesting how they chose to bring it in here. And I have a lot of thoughts on the ending of the series that I'm not going to go into here because it'll be a whole dissertation. We'll be here for 6 hours. But yeah, overall, I liked it. And I like that they're bringing that character in because it's really cool.
I'm slightly bummed because I'm not familiar with the character because as much as I love comic book properties, I've never been the biggest comic book reader, even though I have a lot sitting on my shelf now. Especially X-Men comics. It's all about when I make the time to read them. So I'm not familiar with the character, but it was my favorite running joke of the MCU.
Definitely. Definitely.
Like, everybody said, "Oh, it must be," and it never was. So part of me is a little.
But now it is.
Yeah. So there's a little bit of sadness.
Yeah. All I'll say is they absolutely picked the perfect person to play him. And I'm very, very interested to see what twist they're going to do, because we're getting into the cosmic level of the MCU now, and that's a whole different ball game.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. And, you know, sorry, folks. We will get on topic.
Sorry, we're nerds.
That's okay. There actually is a connection here that we can use to segue back, because the main character, Riri Williams of Ironheart, was introduced to the MCU in Black Panther: Wakanda Forever, directed by Ryan Coogler. Who is heavily involved in the production of Ironheart as well.
Ryan is nothing but wins right now. All he does is win, and I am here for all of his wins. especially with this movie. If this movie does not get like all of the awards, and I mean all because they excelled in every category, I'm going to be upset. Someone's going to get some very, very angry emails if they do not give this movie its due.
I'm just cracking up because I'm gonna wind up being public enemy number one, because come the end of the year, I'm gonna be going gaga over everything Wicked, and
I understand.
People are gonna be shut up.
But don't forget, I am also a theater musical nerd as well. Yeah, I get it. I get it. While I love that Wicked, I'm still gonna say this tops it.
Yeah, it's because this, like, they appeal to different parts of my sort of movie nerd, self. Plus, Wicked last year was so very important for me and on the personal journey I was going through, and so that was a whole different thing. But this is like my sort of, in addition to just being a fantastically well told story, it also tapped into like my newfound love of horror movies, which this guy is one of the people to blame for that, and also like my tech love in light cinema and all the things that were brought to bear to making this film. So I honestly, like, if this dominates the awards, I will not even be upset. It might be a tough hill to climb because it came out so early in the year, but it deserves all the accolades because it is just absolutely phenomenal. Oh, wait. Yeah. But yeah,
we do get all the movies. They're not wrong. We do get all the movies, and I love that for us.
Yeah. Oh God. Now I just want to see, if we're not careful, I'm going to launch into gushing about Wicked. But I'm going to control myself. I've already done that stream. But anyway, so Jared, you were in the middle of waxing poetic about your love of the movie. I'm going to let you pick up first, since you were part of the way through, and then AK, I want to dive more into your thoughts right after that. But Jared, please continue.
Yeah, no, I mean, we'll get into a lot of the elements of why this film, on a story level, on a craftsmanship level, is so incredibly excellent and a deserved awards contender for the end of the year. I actually have faith that it will pull through. I think this movie kind of has Get Out and Everything Everywhere All at Once vibes as a movie that is introduced at the beginning of the year that can go all the way to the Oscars. But what I was just kind of focusing on in terms of the personal nature of this movie for Ryan Coogler, who has talked about, like, why he wanted to make this movie, and it has to do with his family and his wife's family's history and their connection to music. And it was so personal to him that this was a movie that he really wanted to make sure that he had full control over. And so he actually cut a very unique and somewhat radical deal with Warner Brothers, where he not only got rights to the first dollar gross and the final cut of the movie, but actually, after Warner Brothers has distribution rights for 25 years, full ownership of this movie goes to Ryan Coogler and his family, which is a incredibly radical deal that has kind of shaken up Hollywood, because Hollywood does not like to give up that level of creative control. And it caused a mini panic among the squirrely executive types, because it would be one thing if this movie was like a little independent fancy by a up and coming filmmaker, but this movie was a massive massive financial success on top of everything else. And that just makes it feel all the sweeter that Ryan Coogler got that level of win in addition to just making a great movie.
Let me put a little more glaze on that point just real quick before you continue. It's impressive that he got it, period. As you said, it's even more impressive because this is a movie that is predominantly Black and written, directed by a Black man and his wife. So when you think about the actual inner workings of Hollywood and how they roll with, how much they like to play waves with the racism and what they allow to go through and what they don't, this is massive. And that's why this is such a big deal. Not only is it unheard of, but to give that to a Black man, that everyone's heads are exploding right now and they're a little bit scared. And I can't wait to see what Ryan gonna do next. Go ahead, Jared.
No, I know. I mean, and it's very appropriate because obviously this movie deals a little bit with themes of appropriation and assimilation and people trying to take things that are important to other people's culture and history. And again, that I'm sure that wasn't necessarily the intention when Ryan Coogler set out to make this. He obviously has talked about the inspirations, and in addition to wanting to tell a movie that's paid tribute to the blues, he also has a deep love for horror cinema. That was some of his earliest memories he shared of sitting in a theater, like being scared and watching a horror movie and loving that feeling. So he just also wanted to make a cool vampire flick. But like the best movies often are, there's so much more here. And I think it really can't be overstated how important it is that not only did he get this movie made, and he got it made the way he wanted to make it, with the cast that he wanted and collaborators that he's worked with for a long time, like Michael B. Jordan and his wife, Zinzi Coogler, and Ruthie Carter and Hannah Beachler and Ludwig Göransson, but that he got, again, full creative control and ownership of the project, and that he made it a win. That's the kind of success that we say this often about, movies that try to open doors for people. This is a movie that can do that. Not only because hopefully the next generation will be inspired to create something that's similarly personal to them, but also just to prove the fact that, even though Ryan Coogler is still hopefully in the beginning of his career, because he's only directed 5 movies, he has a proven track record at this point. He probably got he probably got to make this movie because he had the success of the Black Panther movies, but it's telling that he took that, social capital that he had built up from those massive successes and used it to make this movie, which is now just, I think, going to be a staple of horror cinema and hopefully American cinema for the next decades to come.
Yeah, indeed. Indeed.
Yeah, and I just want to, and I can't believe I'm going to bring this up because I'm going to probably bury myself again. But one of the times that you were on, AK, I don't remember what we were discussing. I think that, this had to have been you. I was talking about the fact that I was like, as much as I heavily respected the film, I was not super like over the moon in love with Black Panther. And
Did
why
we talk about Black Panther?
We didn't talk about it. Wasn't a topic of discussion.
Or it came up in convo about something else.
It came up, and I just felt like I was digging myself, and I'm like, why am I even bringing this? Because I had such an axe to grind about the MCU, especially back then. But having said that, the other end of that is, and coming back to this, I'm like, whatever my feelings about those and the fact that maybe I wasn't as in love with it as I wanted to be, but it's made this movie possible, and I fucking love this movie. so goddamn much. And Ryan Coogler is just such a goddamn genius. And a masterful storyteller, and what he was able to do with this film is just was just out of this world. So I just wanted to provide a cap to the earlier conversation just because I felt so silly about it. But,
you're allowed to like or dislike whatever you don't, and I understand because we've talked about MCU things quite a lot, so I get it. You don't have to be afraid or tense to say that at all. We've known each other long enough.
And to be fair, like, that's not out of the ordinary for like a lot of my MCU feelings.
Not at all. It's
so,
a proven track record.
Yeah, which ironically I've like, again, sorry for the digression, folks, but like it's just so hilarious to me that people have been having major gripes with this era of the MCU, and I've actually been really impressed by a number of things they've done, and there's a lot that I've enjoyed a lot more about it. Not to say it's been perfect, but I found myself in the position of defending a lot of things that other people are taking shots at, which I just find hilarious, just given.
Everyone is nitpicking so many things about this movie, and I'm just really over here sipping my rum, like, okay, because the nitpicking is so absurd, it really is.
And also I will say that I've been taking more time away from social media, and so when I do catch a glimpse of that online nitpicking,
I have been doing the same. It's so freeing. Oh my goodness, that the headaches are less. And you feel less rushed because, like us, we live by the schedules that we have, and staying off of some socials, I think, is key.
And so when you get a
peace of mind,
and so when you get a taste of that after being away from it, you're like, wow, y'all really going off the deep end here.
My full thoughts on this overall, I think, was a great movie. Spectacular. I didn't know exactly what it was going to be about, but I would say, what was it? Maybe like 20, 30 minutes in, I already wanted to see a prequel of this movie. Why? Because of a small real life connection between the Choctaw Indians and the Irish that was made long ago. And for those of you that don't know, way back in yonder days, during like the when Ireland was first being colonized, and they went through, I think they called it the Blight, which was like the potato famine. It wasn't really a famine. They were just starving the actual native Irish folks to feed the ridiculous colonizers that were coming in off their island. That's was. And the Choctaws over here heard about that, and they got together some funds, which I think it ended up being like a couple thousand, but that was like a lot more than what it's worth today. And they sent that over there, and it's created to this day, like they honor each other because of that small just gift of kindness that was in there. And I love that on for the highlight on the history of that. But they're vampire hunters, very clearly coming through, trying to, and they've clearly been chasing this dude all day because he flew out of the sky. And no, that was not him falling or jumping. He was flying, fell out of the sky because he's tired, and he's got blisters everywhere because the sun's beating his ass, as it should, evil bastard. And they've been trying to catch him before it gets dark. And as soon as I see that, I say, okay, wait, hold on. I knew we were going to be in the South. And while there were still Native American tribes around, like they actually said in there, from where they were in the Delta, there wasn't a whole lot of them over there. So where were they coming from, and how long were they chasing him? I want to see that random side quest misadventure. And for anything that can pull me into already thinking about like the side quests and other things that were happening around the same time or that led up to the actions, that you get a gold star for that automatically off rip. But I'll rewind back to the very beginning, that intro that we got from Annie. Oh, I've seen this movie. It may sound excessive, but at least 50 times already, and I feel like I'm lowballing myself. I think it's probably been more than that. And every time, it never fails. Every time when I hear that intro and the cadence of Wunmi Mosaku, look, shout out to her. If you're a Marvel fan, you know her as B-15. And she's been in many other things. And if you're like me, and John also, sorry, Gwen, I know we talked about her during Lovecraft, and that's when I first saw her. Yes, yeah, please, more of her everywhere.
It's really funny because I was familiar with her from Marvel, but when I saw this movie, it didn't even cross my mind that like I knew I recognized her, but I didn't like connect the dots there. It wasn't until afterwards I'm like, and I think it was when I went back to watch like scenes from Deadpool and Wolverine. And I was like, oh, wait, shit.
Yeah, and she randomly pops up. Yep. So, yeah, the cadence in her voice and how she told those legends, like, you know, for the Choctaw, they're called this. For Black folks, they're called this. For the Irish, they're called. I'm like, oh, that's. I love historical lore that comes in and ties everything. Well, not necessarily ties it together, but it shows like everybody has like this one being or entity or something. Sorry if y'all heard my phone just now. It's loud sometimes. But everyone has a different name for it, and it all pulls together into this. This is what music does for the people. This is how the storytellers play a role in that. And while it's great, it still attracts evil. So you always have to be on guard, even with the things that help to heal your people and they're good for you. You still have to be on guard. And that just, even thinking about it there, it gives me a little bit of shivers, because there's, you want to dive more deeper into the story to see what you're going to get. And yeah, there's so many layers in this story with the different peoples that pulled in. And I will have to say, I have one grievance, and it's not a grievance towards the movie. And I don't know if you guys heard about it at all, but there was a Latino content creator who was upset that there weren't more Latin people in the story. And no one outside of his race needed to really come for him, because his own people got him all the way together. And that's why I'm bringing it up, because I love that, because they checked him very hard on his ridiculousness to say, hey, bruh, hey, Papi, we weren't down there at the time. Like, if you look when they're going through the streets and you look at the shops, there is a little tamale shop there, but it's literally that tiny of a space and that small of a sign, because it was probably run by the only family that was there within like 300 miles. Like everyone, just note after note, all of his people coming at, hey, my guy, do you actually know our history? We weren't there at that time. What are you talking about? And they called him out on his BS extra hard, because there's because we know Ryan Coogler did Wakanda Forever, and there's heavy Latino vibes put in with our Atlanteans. And this same guy, they found a video with how much respect Ryan Coogler gives to the Latin community and how well he handled everything in that movie. And they were like, bro, is this you? Or you were the one that was just saying how horrible he was to your folks. Is this you right here? So stop it. And that is when you were talking about the nitpicks. That's one of the things that got on my nerves, because y'all really are nitpicking the tiniest small things to find something wrong with this movie. And it's absurd.
Yeah, it's one of the things that I like, because
all you can do is sigh like that, really, yeah, because it's so ridiculous.
Jared and I actually talk about this concept a lot, which is acting in bad faith. And it's just like, here you've got something that is clearly made from the heart with a lot of representation, you know, and like clearly telling a very specific story, and is such an anomaly in terms of like movies that are getting made and movies that are successes, and then you just come in and say, well, here, let me tell you what the movie is not doing. And it's like, sometimes it's just all a little bit too much. It's like, you can't win. You really can't.
Exactly. It's like you can, you can use the generic saying, you know, not everything is made for everybody, and while that is true, that doesn't apply here, because the way they did the casting and the character makeup was so well done, and you can tell that Ryan's wife had a hand in this, because two of our romantic female leads were dark-skinned Black women. And for any that are listening that may not get that, there is a lot of colorism in Hollywood. So to see that, and especially with the lovely Wunmi Mosaku's case, she is a dark-skinned Black woman, and she's a full-figured, deliciously full-figured dark-skinned Black woman, and she is like the number one female lead that is the love interest, and I adore that. That's something that it's not done as much as it should be, and I love that it was that way. And the casting I bring up was done very carefully when it comes to the cast of what is our girl's name? Baby Hawkeye.
Oh, Kate. Hailee Steinfeld.
Hailee Steinfeld, thank you. Yes, I don't know why I couldn't remember just now. Yes, in the casting of she is not the character is not a white woman that grew up around Black folks. No, as they said in the story, her mom's dad, her grandfather, was half Black, and in that time there was this thing called the one drop rule, and if you had even just a little tiny bit, you were considered Black. It doesn't matter what your complexion was. And Hailee, in real life, her grandfather is half Black, so that it was appropriate casting for the role. And which I really love that Ryan and his wife did that.
And that's actually something that I was surprised to learn. I did not know that about her.
I didn't know that either.
Which maybe speaks to the issue. But yeah, so because I was a little like, that's a choice until I read up more on her. I was like, oh no, that's actually
I understood her character. Yeah, I understood her character and why it was there. What I did want to know as the story went on was who in her parentage was the person of color, and very, very clearly it was her mom, which I think is why we never saw her mom, because if it would have been a white woman and her father would have been Black, then they probably would have showed some of those funeral scenes to show her. So it's interesting, and they got her out of there because she passes, and sent her all the way up where she would actually be safe. You know, Stack wasn't making anything up or just talking shit to her. No, I was trying to keep you safe, and that was never going to be with me, because both of them would have died. They would have been murdered had they been seen in any type of romantic affiliation together like that outside of the juke joint.
Yeah. And I'm just, I'll be honest, I'm just so excited whenever I see Hailee Steinfeld. I've been a big fan of hers going back.
She's good,
going back to True Grit.
True Grit. And I just now made the connection that was baby her in True Grit, because I saw that movie, loved it. I love a good cowboy flick in our modern days if it's done well. Yeah, and that was that was a reboot, but it was done very well. And I did not put together that was her until this movie came out and people started going through her credentials.
Yeah, no, I just remember seeing that movie and being like, oh my God, who is this young girl who is just like, acting circles around, the Hollywood bigwigs like Jeff Bridges and, Matt Damon.
Yes, she stole every scene she was in.
Yeah. And so I've been really excited. Like every time there's been a project with her, I love the Apple series, Dickinson, I thought she was fantastic in Hawkeye. I'm just been like, when is she gonna be back? And more.
I think I think we got a touch of that. They got to work out how they're doing the TV shows, and they are slowing down from the nonsense formula that they've had for the past phase, which I think is good. So that gives them more time to build up these stories, and I think she's gonna end up making an appearance around Young Avengers, because that's where her, Kamala was sent to recruit her, and we have a lot of the main Young Avengers crew already in there. They just haven't fully come together, so I think that's where we're gonna see her pop up next.
Yeah, no, because she's right, and like, I'm gonna. And
she's a good actress, also young and just got married. So shout out to you, girl.
I like, I like her better than the adult Hawkeye. Just throwing
the whole Hawkeye show was a wash. It could have been better. Her role though was great, and little Yelena Belova, I will always adore seeing her.
Yeah. And Jared and I are actually going to be talking about Thunderbolts soon, which we both absolutely loved. And Florence Pugh,
absolutely. Dial me in, coach. I volunteer as tribute.
Oh, great. Excellent. But yeah, anyway, so
back to these vampires though.
She was fantastic in this, and and not to bury the lead, we need to talk about how out of this world amazing Michael B. Jordan is in this film. Yeah. Just like, let's put aside for the fact that he's playing, brothers, twin brothers.
I have a question.
I
have a question I would like to pose to you guys, because I don't know if you have heard any of the buzz about this, but there was like I want to say rumor, because it was never confirmed that it was actually a thing, but a lot of fans were thinking that it's possible that this wasn't originally supposed to be twins, but it was supposed to be two brothers, and the other brother was supposed to be played by Jonathan Majors, but then all of his issues happened, and then it had to be changed. I don't know if that's true. I honestly, I can't say whether I can't say whether it was or whether it did happen, but it was interesting to see how that was. However, I still prefer it this way, that Michael did both, because he did a phenomenal job. And from the offset, like right there, that first scene where they're sitting there waiting for what's it, Boss Hogg. I know that's not his name, but I'm gonna call him Boss Hogg. That's who he reminds me of. And if I'm not going to explain who that is. Hog, okay, see, there it is. Okay, so he's gonna be Boss Hogg for this stream. They're waiting on him to show up, and already, like, you can see, like, Stack is absolutely the Joker, because he's looking at this frumpy old dude that's sweating in the sun, sweating profusely in the sun with a super red face. He just, I'm not trying to be mean, but he really just looks like he stinks. Like, I just, ew. and he's got chewing tobacco in his lip, and he's like spitting all over the floor inside. Like, bruh, did y'all not have spittoons back then? Y'all didn't go around with the cup to take care of that? Like, that's just nasty. Just, he looks nasty. Ew. But when you look at the brothers, like, you could tell who's the more grounded, serious one, and is the Joker, quote unquote Joker. And I think it is a misconception, though, and we can see the signs as we go through the movie, that one of them is going to always be the more rowdy one and the other one is not. And I think people have that flipped from what the actual truth of them is.
Yeah, first of all, I want to say, as far as like early casting rumors go, like, and I already alluded to this earlier, I really don't care anymore what the sort of rumor mill online about things is anymore, because it gets so out of hand.
You gotta just wait and see.
Yeah, and if it was ever any different, I'm glad it ended up changing. because
yeah,
I cannot imagine somebody else playing either one of these roles.
indeed.
I think it would have been heartbreaking. And I'm just so glad it worked out the way it did. And as far as like, you know, the sort of personalities of the brothers, I do want to say, like, it was interesting the way that the trailer for this movie was cut together. I usually tend to nowadays only want to watch teaser trailers because they don't give much away. But I did end up seeing the full trailer for this movie when I went to go see something in theaters. And at the end of that trailer, they show that one of the twins is turned into a vampire, which you expect to happen at.
You would think, yeah.
You'd probably think would happen at some point, but still, it's the kind of thing that you'd like to be left to the actual movie. But I had it flipped around. From what I gleaned from the trailer, I thought I had a good handle on like the brothers and their dynamic and who was who. And it seemed like I thought that Stack was going to be the sort of the through line throughout the movie. So I assumed it was Smoke who gets turned into a vampire, just based off of my understanding, just based off of my understanding from the trailer. And you can only glean so much from a 2-minute trailer. But so when I actually saw the movie and it was flipped, I was happy because that was enough of a surprise to me that I no longer felt spoiled by the trailer. So I was happy about that.
That's very interesting. How did you feel about that, Jared? Before I say what I think about it, go ahead.
I mean, I didn't really get that impression from the trailer. I did see the trailer that confirmed that one of the brothers would be turned, and as well as Hailee Steinfeld, and I kind of wish I hadn't seen that. But as you said, you can guess it. But I think ultimately it makes sense to me that it is Stack who is the one who gets turned, because these brothers, they do a great job of setting up their characterization, not only in the costuming, you know, one of them wearing blue accented hats and shirts and the other wearing red, but also just in the kind of the little subtle hints at the history that we get. You talked, AK, about how you would love to see a prequel to this movie. Like, this is one of the things I would love to see, is that, you know, we get to see that one of the reasons the brothers are the way they are is because Smoke, even though the other twins, Smoke is the older brother. And as an older brother, he kind of seems like he has a little bit more of the protective instinct over Stack. You know, he's a little bit more serious. He's the one who's thinking about the financials of their proposed venture. But also we learn early on in the movie about their kind of tragic backstory with their father, that, you know, their father used to beat them, and at one point he knocked Stack unconscious and Smoke killed him. And then Smoke has often, so he did that to protect his brother, and then Smoke has also gone on to have what we think of as a more conventionally like tragic backstory. Both these brothers went to war, both went through hell, both have, you know, done incredible violence. But Smoke, you know, was married, had this baby daughter with Annie, and they lost her. So Smoke kind of wears his trauma a little bit more with like a guarded sensation of, you know, he's a little more serious, he's a little more grounded, he's a little bit more realistic about their prospects. And Stack is the one who, as the younger brother who hasn't had that level of personal loss, even though he too has suffered, he gets to be a little bit more carefree. And, you know, and he also has trauma, but he kind of disguises it with a laugh and, you know, a little bit more of a brash attitude. And then you see that in their costuming too. Stack is much more flashy. He's got more gold. He's got, you know, the more like, I think a more tailored. I mean,
the hat.
And the hat, of course.
The hat is great.
So I think, and it actually makes sense to me, to circle back to our original point there, is that, you know, that it would be Stack who is the one who like Smoke kind of does feel this obligation to protect in many ways who he ultimately can't. And that, you know, and so when Stack dies and then becomes reanimated, you know, it compounds Smoke's trauma of feeling like he can't protect the ones he loves, in addition to what happens with Annie later, having to kill his wife, the woman he loves, at her request. And ultimately, that's why I think it's much more powerful that when we get to the end and Smoke, you know, is dying, and we get to see that he will be at peace with this death, because he will be reunited with the ones he loves. Whereas Stack, he dies in a horrific way, but then he actually gets to live on in this other way and actually be with the woman that he loved in a way he never could have been when he was alive. So I think it really works.
That point, especially right there, I think is where I will disagree. And I say, even all the way to the end, that Smoke was still protecting him, because he allowed him to get out at before the huge death. He allowed him to get out and gave him the power to not have to care about anyone seeing him and Annie together. And they wanted to be together. I think throughout all their arguments and all the other nonsense, it doesn't matter. You could tell very much that they had a lot of love for each other, and they definitely wanted to be together. But in that time, in regular space, they couldn't do that. And Smoke made it possible to do so. And what I will say from a lot of the reviews and stuff that I've seen, a lot of folks thought that Stack was actually the more volatile one, because he was extra flashy, like he was the people person. You know, Smoke, he went and got like all of the like for real work done. You know, got signed, got the food together, got all of the electricians and whatnots. He got all those people rounded up, got all that together. Stack was the one that was the people person. You know, he was the PR. He went out, talked to the people. He said, "Hey, we doing a thing over there at the end of the night. Come over and come chill, and we're gonna have some fun." And that was his job, because that's his strong point. And he made it that from the very beginning. I think that's why that line is so prevalent, is where he's apologizing, saying like, "I'm sorry I couldn't protect you." And he was like, "Don't be sorry. You always did." Because I think even there, Stack gets it, because he knows he's about to get out of here. All he has to do is say he's not going to touch his cousin, and he that's his brother. He's not going to lie about that. He's going to actually absolutely keep his word. And I love that we found out that no, they knew exactly where he was at all times. They were always following his music and supporting him in the background. And they waited all the way up until it was almost over. And I love that it was Buddy Guy that they had play older cousin. And I think that was a great cameo. But Stack is the one that he does violence when he needs to, but he's not the one to first pop off. If you watch closely, that's Smoke. Smoke, and what I'll say to that is I get it, because Smoke is the first kid, and when you're the first kid, you kind of always feel like you have to be in charge of all the little ones, even whether it's 2 minutes or 2 years, that they come after you. It doesn't matter. That's your little sibling. You have to take care of that. And he's doing that from the very beginning. It starts very young, sadly, because their dad was trash. And Smoke got tired of seeing his brother get knocked out. I'm sure that wasn't the first time he had been knocked out unconscious by his dad. And Smoke said, "Okay, yeah, that's enough of that." And took care of it. He was already half buried by the time he woke back up, which is very sad. But that there sets the precedent. And I get it. And it's a small thing, I think, that you might miss if you don't think about it. I don't think you'll notice it the first time you watch the movie, but we know they've both been to war. So Stack, he has to roll all of Smoke's cigarettes, because he can't like keep his hands still enough to roll the papers. But you know when his hands aren't shaking like that? When they're holding a weapon.
Yeah.
That's when he is the most solid and sure about whatever he needs to do right then and there. Click, clack, boom. We saw that whole awesome ending that he gave, and I think that was the perfect ending for all of those folks. Thank you for that, Ryan. That was a great scene. Yeah, and that's the duality of those two twins. And I really like that. You go in thinking one's going to be the rowdy one and the other one's going to be timid, and then you find out that it's actually a bit of the reverse, and I really like that.
Yeah. I do like the fact that, talking about those sort of subtleties with the characters where, Smoke is ready to throw down with
at the drop
with Boss Hog.
Right, you see that look come over his face, and he just starts to walk around behind him, and Stack is the one over there still grinning, looking at him. And Stack has a knife, but Smoke that has the gun.
But I like that he's still pulling that knife out.
Oh yeah, he's like, hey, bruh, first of all, you're outnumbered, Boss Hog. Why are you talking trash to these men? Come on.
Yeah, and oh god, and this movie just brought home so many things that are that are still going on in these times with when he says clan don't exist no more, and it's
message. That's exactly what that was. And it's sad that this takes place in the 1920s, 1930s, I think, and it's 2025, and we still have to deal with all of the inner issues that were shown in this movie.
Yeah.
This is why I say I want to leave Earth. Klingons, please come get me. I promise I am ready to go.
Yeah. Oh God. At this point, I'll settle for New Zealand, but
Earth is trash.
But yeah, the whole Earth, please. Let me hop on Fantastic Four ship and get taken to a new universe.
Look, let me get lost in the multiverse, okay? Please. Thank you.
There's got to be at least one that's better than this.
It has to be better than here.
Oh God. But
also, you guys may not have known, but just last month now, I am officially a citizen of these United States. Sadly, I feel kind of iffy about that.
I was going to say, do you have mixed feelings about that? Because
I have very mixed feelings about that. I mean, because technically, I should be able to tell ICE to kiss my ass, but realistically, nah. They can still round me up if they wanted to, and I don't feel safe, which is a very sad, tragic thing about our times.
We'll probably I'll talk about this for a second, and then we can kind of segue into the mid-roll to take a natural break. But and we kind of veered away from getting really into the down and dirty of sort of the issues that are going on, because we like to have fun on this channel most of the time. But we
like the chuckles.
Yeah, but the shit that has been happening, I'm reminded of scenes from the movie V for Vendetta. And it's interesting that a few of us were watching that for a watch party in 2020, when we were hopeful of getting out of the mess we were all in, and things went well that year. So it felt like it was therapeutic to say, this is what we're not going to have to deal with, going into the next 4 years. And unfortunately now things have whipped back around, and it feels more prescient than ever.
In an even worse way.
Yeah. And
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just the reason why we tend to stay away from this stuff, and why I try not to think about it every single day, is because it's just too horrifying.
It's heartbreaking.
to grapple with, and yeah,
it's heartbreaking and horrifying. And the sad part about, like, not even now, but just, years ago, you can say like 4 or 5 years ago, there were, different discussions going on, and there were some older folks, survivors back from those terrible days, that were saying, I know how it was over there when Hitler first started his whole tirade, and this is worse. We were already worse than when it started, and we know how horrific that ended up being. So for the ridiculousness that has just continued to happen is, again, I do not feel safe in any way, shape, or form. And it sucks that it keeps coming to this. And like, why are we not learning from history? Isn't like one of the greatest quotes is you have to learn and remember history, you're doomed to repeat it. Why are we here again? And in some things, why are we still here? What do we need to do? Like, do we need to go full V for Vendetta? Because how else can we just let people be? Like, if you're not harming kids or doing anything illegal, let people chill.
Yeah, and
it should be so easy.
I will also say I was just watching an interview last week with George Takei was on Katie Sackhoff's podcast, and he was talking about everything he went through, and it's like, are we really back here again? And it's like, yes, we are. And it's just all kinds of sickening.
It's wild and ridiculous, and I dislike this for us. I don't like to use hate a lot, but I really hate this for us. Hate is a strong word, which is why I actively try to keep it out of my vocabulary a lot, but I'm going to use it for this because it really sucks, and I absolutely hate this for all of us. We should be able to be better together than we are now. So there's the message, folks. There's the positive. The more you know, be kind to your people. And tomorrow is definitely not promised, sadly. So tell your folk you love them. Drink lots of water because you need it, and hug your people.
Yeah.
I have a shirt that I got recently courtesy of the wonderful LGBTQ center that I've been going to for the last couple months. They had like an open closet thing, which was great because I was able to get a whole bunch of cool affirming clothing that I would not have been able to afford otherwise. But one of the shirts, it's a pink shirt, and it just says the words "humankind, be both." That part. It's so simple. It's not hard. It's literally not hard. Smiling at someone or just minding your business and walking down the street when you see some random BS doesn't mean you have to jump in. You don't have to pull out your phone and start filming. I mean, unless it's needed. If it's for protection of someone who is clearly being shat on, then yeah, go ahead. Because I would do the same thing in that moment. But otherwise, dude, just do unto your neighbors as you would have done unto yourself. Yeah. It's not hard. It's not hard. Yeah. But let's get to the mid-roll. I'll send that out with some digi-hugs. Let's bring it back to the good. We do have to tackle some hard points in some of the points for the last half of the show for this movie. But come on with the mid-roll. Yeah. So anyway, like I said earlier, everybody, we took 2 weeks off, but now we're back. And I should probably have the schedule up so I can tell you what is coming up. Next week, we're going to be continuing with the horror train, and we're going to be talking about the film Alien Romulus. We're getting ready for that TV show that's coming out. Because there's an Alien series coming out this month on Hulu, which we are also going to talk about. And so we're getting primed for that.
Nice.
Yeah, no, I enjoyed Alien Romulus so much. I'm not without my quibbles about it, but it was just so much fun and so satisfying in so many ways, and they had really good performances. So I'm looking forward to talking about that one. I'm trying to coordinate, and I am trying to get some people on for that. I've as a way of like sort of trying to get her to say yes. I've reached out to Trish to see she's seeing if she's available. I'm next going to, and she doesn't know about this yet, but I'm going to ask Laura if she's interested because she is a huge Alien fan. So, and I would ask you, AK, but you haven't seen it yet.
I have not seen that one yet. I am a big Aliens fan, but I haven't seen it yet. I have seen the trailers for the show, and I'm definitely pumped for that because it looks. I think it's gonna be amazing. It's gonna be very enjoyable.
Yeah, if you're interested in coming on for one of those streams or both for the TV show, let us know.
I'm always down to talk the nerd stuff. You know that.
Cool.
You just send a raven.
Yeah, and then the week after that, we're coming back around to something that we missed because that's how I knew I needed to break, because one week I was just like, I can't do this. And we ended up skipping that week. We're going to be talking the 25th anniversary of The Patriot, which is actually nice because we originally were going to talk about that film on the week of July 4th, and I wasn't feeling like I really wanted to go. Yes, I didn't want to go full on patriotic for that week because I wasn't feeling it.
Yeah, I always have mixed feelings about that holiday. My favorite thing that always comes to mind is that scene in Dazed and Confused when they were getting out of school and their teacher was like, when you're out there celebrating all this random independence brouhaha, remember you're celebrating some white dudes who were slave owners and didn't want to pay their taxes. And I was like, from the very first time I saw that movie, I was like, yep. That's in my head now. That's in my lexicon now. That's how I remember that.
Yeah, Jared and I did talk about this, and I think we're both of the same mind that, like, obviously, America has a very checkered past, to say the least. But
put it lightly. Mm-hmm.
but also, like, we still like. It is something worth, I don't know if celebrating is the right word, but holding up the sort of the dream of what America
celebrating.
The dream of what America can be, even if it hardly ever is.
You can say it, just put an asterisk next to it.
Yeah. And the fact that we both said there's a difference between patriotism and nationalism, and unfortunately, there's a lot of the latter going on. So maybe the 4th of July was like, we were going to do it on that week, but in the end, I'm kind of glad we weren't, because I love the movie and I want to talk about it, but maybe not. Maybe separated from all that, especially in the current climate. But anyway, so then stuff we got coming down the line after that. So we are going to talk about Thunderbolts. We're very excited to talk about that, and then the Alien Earth TV series, and we're going to do a 30th anniversary discussion of Batman Forever, which was my request. And because I am actually going to stand proud in my love of that movie.
Please have me on for that.
Oh yes,
to talk about just the costumes alone. Yes, please.
Good.
It's one of those movies that's so ridiculous and cheesy, and damn it, I love it.
Yes. And I'm going to go on a tirade about the fact that everybody seems to forget that it was a huge, gigantic hit in 1995. You know, before Batman and Robin came along and truly derailed everything. But yeah, I'm so excited to talk about that. And then after that, actually, I'm going to hold off on announcing what we got after that because there's a possibility of, I think we're going to stick with what I have written there, but just in case we decide to mix things up a little bit.
Maybe yourself anyway.
Anyway, that's what we got going on for the foreseeable future, and I'm so excited that you said you want to be on for that stream now.
Yes, please, bro. Look, 90s Batman was a vibe. Okay, like everything 90s Batman was a win. Even if it was cheesy, it was a win. Especially the animated cartoon. Cartoons in the 90s can't. Stuff that's out right now, they can't even touch it. Okay, Saturday morning cartoons were a thing for a reason.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh my God. I was super excited for that stream, but now it's skyrocketed. So.
Yes, I cannot wait. Absolutely. Yes. Send me the calendar dates and I will pencil it in and make sure I rewatch a few times to be properly prepared. It has been a little bit since I've watched it.
Good. Yeah. And then, we're going to have fun talking about all the wackiness, as well as we'll also be talking about Nicole Kidman.
Yes, indeed.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I swore I was going to start toning down the horniness on this channel, but it's.
But why though? you have the wrong guest here if you're going to tone that down.
Well, I did get. Oh, I got it. I got a disparaging comment on.
Oh no! Somebody didn't like the horns
on the Pirates of the Caribbean anniversary stream, and which clearly I probably ended up going overboard about Kira, which as I'm wont to do, and yeah, somebody had a disparaging remark for me, and I was like, maybe I've gone a little too far, but now you're just encouraging me further.
Which Pirates of the Caribbean? The first one?
It was a celebration of all three.
The whole see, no, they cannot complain. No, look, okay. Let's take it to Singapore. Just that one scene in Singapore where she's unloading all of those weapons. Nah, you can kiss my ass if you want me to tone down any amount of horny for Kira in that scene. Bruh, did you see how many things she was pulling out and from where? Huh? I was supposed to just ignore that? Absolutely not. Absolutely no. 10 points from Slytherin for that one, because whoever said that must be from House Slytherin.
Yeah. See, and this is really why you need to be on all the time, AJ.
Yeah, I encourage all of the horn. That's.
Okay, so let's get back into the movie. Which nothing horny to talk about with this movie at all.
Well, I mean, since we're here, I think there are a few horny things to talk about. And again, I will commend Mr. and Mrs. Coogler for putting these in here because, look, I will say, well, first of all, the one with Annie and was Annie? Yes, Annie and Smoke was super sweet. And just the right amount of like sensual raunch. It was like, if y'all remember Cinemax back in the day when we called it Skinemax because of like the softcore porn that was rampant on Cinemax and on Showtime and HBO back then. That's pretty much what this scene was with them. And we saw that hand go down and your body ain't forgot me, huh? You damn right, because whose body would forget you, ma'am? Have you seen you? What? Absolutely not. His body ain't gonna forget you. I don't care how many other chicks that he might have banged in Chicago. I guarantee you, when he was doing it, you were in his brain. That's just it. Period. Point blank. That's my headcanon. You're not gonna convince me of anything different. And then we move over to the vibe that was Stack and Baby Hawkeye.
Mary is Mary's
Mary, yes. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, so when it comes to sexual gameplay and things, spitting on anything is not particularly my vibe. However, if it was me in that scene and she looked at me and said what she said the way she said it, I would have had the exact same reaction that Stack did. Boy couldn't even form words. You want some? Yeah. That was it. He was gone. There was no other reasoning would have been able to get through to him, because she said that in a way that was just far too damn enticing. And I was stuck sitting on my couch watching, like, yeah, who the fuck is gonna turn that down, and why would you?
I'm just gonna speak for myself here. Like, when when you're in a certain position and you're asked by the woman a question, I understand the response of yeah.
She would have got me. Again, and I'm being very not I don't want to say forceful, but just very much saying that that is not my game. Will I try some games and things in those positions? Yes, absolutely, but spitting is not one of them. However, I would have done that.
Yeah, let's also not forget our boy Sammy and his scene with Pearline. I think he found the button.
Look her. I, as a what did they call it? The coos, as they say. I am absolutely a coos connoisseur. So, first of all, that conversation that Stack was having with him. And I thought it was hilarious because right after we see the split, we cut right back to them. And this is the first time we've seen them since they split up. And this is the first conversation he's having with his baby cousin. And first of all, you know what? Show you right. Because if my cousin Daphne was here, she could probably tell you some things about coaching conversations that we've had. So yeah, I understood that. And there was a few conversations that I've heard about how folks felt about this scene where she was saying, let me go like wipe off first, because I walked here, and she probably walked a good amount. It's hot in the South, and he was like, no, girl, hey, go, it's all right. No, just let me taste you real quick. And if you in your brain can't figure out why he would tell her that it's not a problem, sometimes, and I don't know if either one of you guys would want to chime in on your experiences, but for me, ladies, we have to be clean down there. There's just plain and simple health reasons. There's 3 holes down there. You got to keep them clean. You cannot be walking around funkified. However, sometimes you've had a hard day at work. You come home, it's been rough, so the body is gonna react the way it reacts, and you want to jump in the shower. But maybe when you walk in the door, or if you like coming home from the gym and your woman or your man sees you, you might get pulled and no, you're going to drop that bag right there. You might get, put up on the counter, and some things might happen. And why is that okay? Because he's exactly right. I want to taste you. Flesh in itself, by itself, really doesn't taste like anything. Now, so what I will say is what's an appropriate way to say it? Maybe something with a little seasonings is sometimes a whole ass vibe. And if you haven't tried that, then maybe you should try that. And I think you would agree after that experience.
That's the
response you should have thinking about that.
I appreciated that the movie kind of played into the moment of it, because obviously, Sammy is like, this is his first experience. I think it's implied, and so he does not he doesn't want to, he's he's allowing himself to be in the moment, you know. He and so is she, you know. This is, you know, this is a movie called Sinners, and this is a sinful act because, you know, the woman Pearline is married famously, and Sammy's like, you know, that great scene earlier where he's like, happily, and she's like, careful now, boy.
See that right there?
Yeah.
That's why I don't think this was his first time. Was it his first time putting his mouth down there? Yes. But first time overall? No, I don't think so, because that conversation they said, like you said, he heard that and he was like, happily?
Yeah. I don't know.
I ain't that young either. He's letting her know right there. No, baby, I've been out to play. We can talk.
I think you're right, but I think this is also just another, like, you know, this isn't a scaling up for him, because he is like, yeah, he is, you know, he is preacher boy Sammy. He is the pastor's son, so there is always a component for him of I'm doing things that my dad would not approve of, and that theoretically God would not approve of either. But in this moment, he doesn't care, and she doesn't is allowing herself to feel that way either. Like, if she had taken that moment to go get herself cleaned up, she might have had a second thought. I don't know if I should be doing this, but instead they go for it. And so I love that.
I'm with you, AK. Those eyes that she was shooting back.
You know what? You know what? I'm going to posit it. It's not stated in any way, shape, or form in the film, but I'm going to posit off screen that spot in the city that Delta Slim usually plays in on that night. I'm gonna think her husband's around there, and he's getting into the same type of shit that she's getting into, and they have an understanding. So it's not even a thing, because she off rip said, "I'm married." Just so you know, she's done her due diligence. Let the chips fall where they may.
Fair enough. I think that they are just. I like the spontaneity of it. That's the reason that I think that the scene works as well as it does, and it does give it a more, like, you know, like visceral feeling. The fact that these two are, you know, just engaging in this behavior that is, like, again, would be considered by the outside world sinful, but in this in this context, it is, you know, it's a beautiful thing. It's a sign of, you know, the community that they're building, of the love that these people have for each other, and just the freedom that they're feeling, you know, to think about the end of the movie. And like especially late, you know, after this scene when Pearline is up on the stage and she's singing and she's wailing, you know, crawling around. Like, this is a woman who is completely unashamed.
Do you guys know what other things she's been in?
I know she was in the Batman. She played Bella Real as the
I believe she was also in the TV show Penguin, because they reprised her role there too.
Yeah, she was.
And I didn't put that together, and I love the Penguin show, but I did not put together that was her, because I'd never heard her sing before.
Yeah.
And I was very pleasantly surprised, and I love, and everyone that touched any bit of music here was phenomenal. Just real quick for this scene, I think what was it, from the very beginning, Sammy knows that what he's doing could be considered sinful by his dad. So at the very beginning, where he's met his quota and he's getting ready to leave the field, the other one of the ladies there is like, "You gonna tell me where you playing tonight? Because I know you playing somewhere, or am I gonna have to hear it through the grapevine?" And he's not going to admit that he's playing anything anywhere while there are other ears around. And she said, "You know, I'll see you at church tomorrow. You have a good day." "All right, I guess I'll hear it from the grapevine." You're gonna have to, because he's not gonna tell you that, because nobody is about to go to his dad and tell him he said he's doing this at this time. And I do love that they played with that a little bit. It's very cool.
Yeah, another cast member who, like, I did not even recognize her, and maybe more people wouldn't, because she's not like you know, she hasn't been anything huge, but the actress Lola Kirk,
the vampire wife,
who was in the Amazon show Mozart in the Jungle, which I was a fan of, and and I saw her name in the credits. I was like, wait, who the hell was she? Because the thing is, in that show, she was so sweet. And, and in this,
I didn't know who she was. My only thought on her was she has a lovely singing voice. That scene where Mary is walking up to them to try to feel them out, see what they're about. She's singing the main hook on that song that they're performing, and she sounded phenomenal. I do remember, I can't remember his name, but the guy that played her husband, I think he's like a lead singer or maybe a guitarist in a mainstream band. I don't remember which one.
It's called Joe.
But he is very known. Yeah.
I had no such associations with him, so I took one look at him and I was just like, "Oh, he's an asshole who I hope gets killed immediately."
Absolutely. I think all of the ones that should have been burnt, I did not feel bad for them at all. But the majority, sadly, of this, we'll say, coven, for lack of a better word, this coven that was here, the majority of them didn't deserve it. And that's another connection I would like to bring to the forefront. Oh, dude, the music, bruh, the music, and I think we're gonna get into that because I know, y'all, and we all know John's thing is always music, and me and you were always very musically inclined because it rules stories for us on a very spiritual level. So I know we're gonna get into it big in a minute, but the connection I want to bring in is the connection to the Asian community and Blacks. I don't know if you guys ever watched the show Warrior that was on HBO Max. I think it was only on for 3 seasons. Great show. And if you can picture Gangs of New York, ever watched that? It was basically like Gangs of New York with like all of the Irish gangs in California, and it was the Chinese community and them having to deal with a lot of those same prejudices. So when it comes to what I can say for my own culture, because I'm West Indian from Guyana, South America, I think I want to say it would be a shocking amount of numbers because folks don't think about it too much, but there's a lot of connections between West Indian and Asian cultures. There's a lot of folks that are of Asian descent, but when you hear them speak, they speak like my mom and my aunts, and allegedly me when I get upset and my accent comes through. It's a heavy connection. So for that family to be where they are in the Delta South made sense to me. And not only do they have one shop, but they have 2. And why do they have 2 shops? Because it's a money-making opportunity. They have one for the Black side of the street and one that's on the white side of the street. And that's just the way neighborhoods were set up back then. So anyone that may be listening later, if you're thinking in your brain it shouldn't have to be segregated, think of the time period that we're talking about, and please correct your thoughts, because that's exactly how it would have been in real life. And it's interesting because they were allowed to get into spaces that were barred from African Americans, but they were also still very capped in what they were able to do. So it was like, for a lot of them, we were in the same boat. Obviously, because people are people, there were definitely still separation in between that. But it was more so a lot of times that we could get along together far easier than with anyone that was Caucasian in those times. So I really like that they highlighted what that connection was and why they would be able to hold 2 shops. And one thing about the wife, I know a lot of folks are been throwing hate at her for what happened with her at the end. But I get it. That was a mother's love.
Yeah. That's a mama bear.
Right that exactly. That was a mama bear. And I'm not saying she was right. I'm just saying I understand what her mindset was. But the scene that I really liked that they did here, just before she came in, we saw Smoke pull up, and he was talking to that little girl that was sitting outside that he asked to watch his truck. And in that conversation, you heard of Smoke Tech Twins? Yeah, okay, well, I'm Smoke. She gets scared. Oh, hold on, no. No trouble, no trouble. I'm trying to put some money in your pocket. I need you to watch my spot for me here. Jump in the truck. If you see somebody coming looking too hard, honk, so I know, and I can come out and I can get at them about that. And I'm gonna pay you. I forget what he said. I think he said like 10 cents a minute. And he was like, "That cool for you?" She was like, "Yeah," because she probably wasn't going to be making any money at all that day. I don't know why she was sitting there, but that she probably just didn't want to be at home. So I get it. Sometimes you like to go people watch. It's free. And he's like, nope, that's not going to do. No, see, because we talking numbers now. And he teaches her to negotiate. And that, I think, was a great lesson for her. He didn't try to like con her into doing anything. Said, no, ask for a higher number. Your time is worth more than that. And she catches that lesson. And then we go over here and we see the shops. And Lisa goes over there to get her mom to come talk about making a sign and getting all the food together. And she doesn't need that lesson because she already knows the game. She immediately goes into negotiating what this is, what that is. You know, it's a lesser price because you only got one color, which is red. Or like, okay, well, I'm getting 13.50, up 14.50, up 14. Tossing them flowers over there, done. But and I love that. It didn't need to be highlighted any more than that. Young girl doesn't know too many ways of the world. No one is teaching her clearly because she hadn't heard about it. He gives her that one lesson. Boom, she catches it. And then we go over here to this other woman who absolutely knows the game. And they just start going back and forth. I thought that was a great sequence.
Yeah. And I think that actress who plays the Grace, the mother and the wife and the shop owner. I think it's one of the most underrated performances of the movie because
absolutely.
They like, I mean, especially in that moment where you say like she lets the vampires in out of desperation, and you understand why she's doing it in that moment. And one of the decisions that it was a subtle thing, because they don't really call attention to it, but that I actually really thought I loved and added depth to it, is the fact that we have this, Chinese American couple in the story, Bo and Grace and their daughter Lisa, and they're clearly part of the community. And one of the things that they do is, rather than what you would think of in a more conventional movie where they give them, Chinese accents that would imply that they're immigrants fresh off, the boat, they have them speak in the same kind of Southern dialect that all the other characters do, implying that they've been there for years, if not
years. They grew up there. See, right, and that is the thing that I said. It made me think about the connections that Asian culture has with West Indian culture, because there is. If I'd have thought about it sooner, I would have played the video because it would have been really good. Here is just a small reel that somebody did on Instagram, and it was an older. Was she Chinese? No, Chinese. An older Chinese lady, and she had like spread out some newspaper on her kitchen floor because she's about to fry some fish. And specifically what she says is, I'm about to fry some fish Asian style. Mind you, again, this is an older Chinese woman. No, she didn't say Asian. No, I'm misremembering that. She didn't say Asian. She said, I'm about me gonna fry this fish Asian style, Chinese style. And for someone that doesn't know, to hear her say that, who is very clearly Chinese presenting, what do you mean you're frying it Chinese style? Why is she saying that? Because she's from Jamaica. Mm-hmm. She's Jamaican. She was born there. She grew up there. That's her people. That's her land. Her kids are from there. And I think the videos that she does are on her grandson's Instagram. So he pulls her in for that history and showing the connection and why, some things are the way they are now, and why she has the outlook that she does, specifically that she very strongly. She's very strong in her roots as a Jamaican. And when I look at her, when I hear her speak and I see how she acts, no, that is a Jamaican woman. Is she Chinese? Yeah, but she's also Jamaican. And if you hear it from her own mouth, she's Jamaican first. And I love that. Yeah. So them having those accents, it made nothing but sense, because Lil Lisa is not going to grow up there sounding like she's speaking with the Chinese dialect. That would make no sense.
Yeah, it's one of those things that I don't think I even processed it initially because it was all just so natural. But I'm really glad you point that out, because it is something that I feel like, you know, normally they would have just fed into the stereotype.
Mm-hmm. You're right, and that's why I love that Ryan and his wife, they really paid close attention to how they were representing these cultures here, and I think they did a job spot on.
Yeah. No, absolutely. And speaking of this whole sequence, since you alluded to the music, it's actually one of my favorite musical moments in the movie is when she's crossing the street, and it's like it's like, it's so good. And I mean,
it's like the soul of the town. I don't think it was big enough to be considered a city, but it was like the soul of the town, like their neighborhood. Like it was drawing on their roots, on the roots of the Smokestack Twins and the people that are there. That's the vibe was introduced so well. And again, shout out to Ludwig, because sir, I did not know what your name is. I'd heard your music because I've seen the movies that he's done scores for, but I didn't know what his name is. Sir, shout out to you, because I will never forget your name after this movie. Not ever.
Yeah, I want to say, going back again to bringing up Black Panther again, because I think I underestimated his score in that film.
Did he do Wakanda Forever? Okay.
He did both Black Panther and Wakanda Forever.
Yeah.
I could see those connections now. Okay.
Yeah, I underestimated. I think I underestimated the score for those films because I wasn't as engaged with the movie itself. But I remember going back to actually listening to the score album, and I was like, "Holy fuck, this music is amazing!"
He did that. He did that.
And in my opinion, he's just gotten better and better. Jared and I did a stream last year on Oppenheimer, and we were just like going on and on about the score he wrote for that. I think he's really upped his game over the past couple of years, and he was good to begin with. Just absolutely masterful, and the different styles he brings to bear in this movie, where it's got that identifiable southern sound, and is very much at home in a movie about the Old South, and and dealing with issues of racism and the people of the community, and then you throw in the vampires and that almost I almost have to call the theme for the vampires like a sting, just with the way it brings in the chorus all heavy, and it almost feels like it's from a completely different movie, but yet he somehow brings it all together to where it feels of a piece, and it's just I was so blown away by it. And that's before we even get into the music that the characters are playing, which brings a whole different. I mean, the scene where Sammy performs, and
we're going through the eras. That is the most original scene that I have seen in movies. I want to say probably over the last decade plus, because to switch back and forth to so many different eras seamlessly into all of that, some music has the power, if it's sang by the right person, to conjure and reach through the multiverse of timelines. And we see there's ballerinas going through there at one point in time. We see old Zulu dancers from way back in years yonder, when Grace and her husband and Bo, when they're dancing, we see the Monkey King makes an appearance, and then there's another Asian dancer around them when they go onto the dance floor, and they incorporate not just those cultures showing them, but also the music of the time from those cultures into this song that Sammy is singing, and it weaves together so well, and it's so original what they did with this scene. Like this is one of the reasons I feel like they do need to get all the awards for this. It's great. Like from the very beginning, where we get the Smokestack Twins theme song that is played periodically throughout the movie. That's it. First and foremost, after the first time seeing this movie, that's the one that stuck in my brain. The scene with Sammy was what is my favorite scene, but that song, that is what really truly pulled me into this movie, and it's all phenomenal.
It's the best.
And I will disagree here a little bit, Malababy. If Michael B. Jordan wasn't in it, I still think it would have been good. I don't think the movie would have flopped at all. They just needed to have an actor of that caliber. Obviously, you can't just put in like someone that hasn't already proven their chops. No, you need a strong actor in that role, but it could have been someone else possibly, and I still think that the story would have absolutely held up.
Yeah, it helps that Michael B. Jordan has worked with Ryan Coogler on all of his movies, and they have this level of trust and Ludwig Göransson as well. Like, he has done the score for all 5 of Ryan Coogler's movies, and this movie was actually an interesting development because music was so important to this movie,
to the story.
Normally, they compose the score after the fact. They talk about this in the behind the scenes. In this case, Ludwig had to write the entire score before they had shot a single frame of this movie, because the movie was going to be following the story of the score. And seeing Ludwig like working with all of the actors behind the scenes, like Jamie Lawson, who plays Pearline, and like helping to coach her through the singing, and a name we may have mentioned in passing, but we need to actually like give him his just due.
Miles?
The actor who plays Sammy, Miles Canton.
Yeah.
This is his film debut.
His first debut.
Kid had never acted before, and before, even more impressively than that, this kid, even though he is a talented musician, he had never played guitar before this movie. He learned
he learned it just for this role.
Yes.
And that also that's a good segue to what one of my favorite scenes is. That scene where him and Stack are in the car, and Stack was like, play a little something, because this was a guitar that they had gifted to him. And he starts playing, and then he starts singing, and you see Stack whip his head across real quick. That was a genuine blind response. He wasn't supposed to sing in that scene, but he was feeling the music, and he started singing. And Michael was surprised that he turned to look like, oh, shit, okay, let's go. And he just ran with it. And you can't tell that wasn't supposed to happen. So, again, testament to these two guys, and shout out again to Miles for being so awesome in your first freaking film debut. This is the little bear from Game of Thrones all over again.
Yeah, and Michael B. Jordan actually had not heard him sing prior to that.
That was genuine shock and awe. Yeah, I love that.
Yeah, no, I saw this, and I wanted to mention a few minutes ago, because I feel like it's criminal that we haven't really just, absolutely praised Miles Canton, but like, he's just, you guys mentioned it's his film debut, and to like, that's just mind-boggling to me. And
do you know who this reminds me of? If you remember when we were talking about Lovecraft, wait, was it Lovecraft that we were talking about?
I don't know.
It may not have been you, but I remember there when it may have been me, Meeks, and Monero. We were talking about Lovecraft, and the young girl that played Diana. I believe that was her first acting debut. And there were a couple times she went off script, most notably where the evil cop that was trying to tap into the magic of the house that Wunmi and why can I not think of her name? Journey Smollett, the house that they had. He put a spell on Diana, on Diana's character, and
well, it definitely wasn't
when they were talking. Okay, so
it
wasn't
definitely
you.
Wasn't us because I haven't seen what you're talking about.
Okay,
so.
okay, I may have been mixing it up with Watchmen. But there was a part in Lovecraft where she was basically cussing this grown man out about disrespecting her mom's name because her mom, her name is Hippolyta. And, you know, if you're a comic book fan or just a Greek mythology fan, you know who Hippolyta is for the comics. That's Wonder Woman's Amazon mother. And that's her mom's name. And she said, my mom's name is Hippolyta and it's Greek, because they're making fun of the name because they didn't recognize where it came from. And she spit on the dude's tie and then walked away. And it's compelling because he used spit to put the spell on her. So that was like her giving it back to him, but that was totally unscripted. And they left it in because it worked so well. And this here in this moment where he first hears Miles sing, that was an off the cuff moment that was so real and it fit in so well that they had to leave it in. And I love when moments like that happen.
Yeah, and they talked about in the casting process for Miles Canton that they did a global search.
He had to.
And one of the things they were looking for specifically with him was for a young man who had a voice that sounded, in their words, generations older than he actually was.
Yes.
And that is like they nailed it, because like the deep timbre that Miles gets out of his voice is it's
kind of otherworldly, isn't it?
Otherworldly, yeah.
Like that's how it fits so well that. Like he is that, what once in a generation, as all the mythology stories like to say, this once in a generation prodigy that can weave spells. Like he's what is the demigod's name? Was Orpheus in Greek mythology with the lyre. He's one of those one in a generation who is able to command the cosmos basically through his music. And he wasn't even going to go out for this role. I forget who the artist is that he mainly works with. It's a young lady. She's very big right now, but I don't listen to a lot of radio, so I've only heard her name a few times. But she convinced him to take this role and try out for it, and he ended up getting it. And like Gwen said, he learned how to play guitar for this role, and it flowed and worked so well.
It's her that he works.
Her, with. Yes. Thank you.
I just want to make a quick digression to a few minutes ago. You were throwing out names like Hippolyta and Orpheus. I'm just laughing because I just got done watching season 2 of The Sandman. And so those are names that were being thrown out.
See, I knew you would recognize them. I knew you would recognize them. You're also a mythology buff, just like I am, and I love that.
And which, by the way, I loved. My only big complaint.
No, wait, no spoilers. I haven't watched yet.
Okay,
if you can say it without spoiling, say it.
It's not anything story related. I will just say that I wish the character of Desire had been in more of it.
Why is that, Gwen? Why is that?
Well,
come on. I absolutely want to hear this, but I also want to say to Jared specifically, how do you not know? Sir? And I recognize that was sarcasm. I'm also throwing sarcasm too.
No, it just felt like they were building, like they play a good, role in the story, but it just felt like with the end of season 1, it felt like they were building into more a little bit. More of a presence. And from what I understand, it's the role they play in the comics as well.
Okay.
So it's cool. Not like they deprived them of any, like story beats or anything. I just had expectations based on Really just based off of how much
Season
of a crush
1.
I have. More so how much of a crush I have on them.
They pretty. I told you. You didn't even have to give that explanation. I totally understand.
Yeah,
I totally understand. Their aesthetics were very well handled, I think.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, they, Mason Alexander Park and the character of Desire, they are like chiefly responsible for the awakening that I've had over the past couple of years. So I was like,
I love that for you. I love that.
So just going into this season, I was like, they better fucking dominate the whole season, and they did not. but still, I was very happy with every time they were on screen, they pretty much stole the scene. So yeah.
That's awesome.
I'll just have to wait for a future, a potential future series, in which they are the lead star of something. So, but that's okay. Nice. But that's all I wanted to say about that. I hope you enjoy it, because I certainly did. It was fantastic.
I've heard nothing but good things about it. There is also another thing on the music tip, but also just on having one of my favorite actors that has entertained me since I was a child, and more specifically because he is also of the West Indian culture, and there's not a whole lot of us out there in Hollywood, so I always stand when I find someone that is there, and that is Delroy Lindo, who plays Delta Slim, who, if it continues to go through, will be playing Anansi in the Anansi Boys show that has been in development for a little while. My fingers are still crossed, even though fuck you, Neil Gaiman, but I still want to see this show because that was a great story, and Delroy Lindo is a great freaking actor. And Delta Slim, I feel like stole every scene that he was in, even if he only said maybe one or two lines or one or two words. It was great. He had me laughing. I think he especially fully embodied the meaning and the roots of the blues. Mm-hmm. Because
I'm sorry, I just lost it with, y'all smell anything? I think I shut my pants.
I think I shut myself. But Delta Slim was a whole freaking vibe from the minute he came in. First of all, he's already a legend, because when we see Stack and Miles walking up to him, he's like, "Oh, is that Delta Slim?" And Stack was like, "Well, yeah." And it's not really a thing for Stack, because Delta Slim was here when he was a kid, growing up here. So he knows this man. This literally could be like his uncle that isn't blood related from around the way, right? And Double Lindo has been stealing scenes forever. Correct. I'm 4 years old now. I said, he's been entertaining me for a long time now.
I still remember watching the movie Congo back in the day, and he shows up for like 5 minutes and steals the whole movie.
About that one. I forgot about that one. Like, my first thing, just because I don't know why. I know there's been others.
It's when
the other big one I remember.
Oh, God,
and Tim Curry, look, shout out to that legend also.
Yeah.
But like Delroy Lindo, for whatever reason, the first movie I always think about is Romeo Must Die, and R.I.P. Aaliyah. But that movie starred Aaliyah and Jet Li. And it was a random ass story. I don't remember how well it did in the box office, but it's one of those cheesy 90s, early 2000s movies that was the cheese that we love. So it's still in high marks. Like, I'm pretty sure I still have like the director's cut DVD in my collection somewhere. And yeah, just Delroy, I don't know. There's just something so many things. There's just something compelling in the way he acts every time, and especially in this movie. He I said he embodied the blues and the meaning of the blues. Like when they pick him after they negotiate, they make the deal, they pick him up, and the negotiations with him were absolutely hilarious. You know, he says no, like, look, bro, look, no, you're paying $20 maybe tonight. I'm gonna go over to the spot that I already been at every Saturday night since forever, making my money and all the free corn liquor I can drink. Look, I ain't got that many more years left, bro. They gonna be here 10 years after now. I ain't never heard of your juke. I don't know where you gonna be next week, much less next year. I got a sure bet right here. It takes Stack pulling out that one bottle that we saw him grab, and we all. I know how our minds think. We all notice, like, why are you taking just that one bottle, bruh? Because Stack already knew he was going to have something to give this man. Hey, what you got there now? Just like, see, I'm going to translate all of Delta Slim stuff in Ebonics for y'all. You know, he pulls that out, and, you know, a regular person will look like, you know, you heard what he said. Like, hey, what's that? What you got there now? That's what I heard when he said it. And he did the explanation. Hold up, young blood, hold up. How much you say? That's Irish? I never had no Irish before. Taste a little bit. What? Oh. Well, you said how much now? And stack up the deal. What do you say? Like $40 and all the free Irish beer that you could have, and there was no more need for any more negotiations because they cut right to the next scene. And where was he? Sitting right there playing the harmonica with Sammy, getting ready for and this is the PR that Stack was doing. Hey, it's gonna be a juke joint out here just for us. It's gonna be a real ring-a-ding-ding. And I'd never heard that term used like that before, so it's stuck in my lexicon now. As that's what a 1930s person might say about getting ready to go to the juke. Yeah, that scene right there. I always love that John and Heidi from Costume Co. always have the pictures to go with the scenes, and I love that.
It would be. I'll be completely honest with you, AK. It would be so much easier for me each week if I had never started doing that, but but I can't stop.
You know what? Yep. No. I understand your pain because I only do that every now and then. Because I always start off thinking I should try to save some pictures for these things to help compel, because I myself am a visual learner. So it's cool to me to see things on the screen moving when I'm listening to folks talk. I can't be on screen now because my laptop is very old. And when I turn on my camera, it tends to crash all the time. So I've been streaming for the past like several months off camera, with all of my folks still being on, and luckily everyone has been riding with the conversation, so I appreciate y'all for that. Shout out to y'all. Not needing to see my face. Really, nobody needs to see my face. I'm not that great to look at anyway, so I appreciate that everybody's here. But yeah, Delroy, I can't say my favorite because I think there's one later on that's higher on my ranking, but this one, where they're driving past the prisoners that are being used, which again, these are things that we're still dealing with today in 2025, of private prisons that are made for profit, quiet as it's kept, for basically legitimized free slave labor, or actual pennies on the dollar labor. There's a whole chain gang, and everyone that's on there in the chain gang, he knows every one of those dudes. If you go back and look, all of those men look like they are in the same age range of him. So when he says, when Sammy asks him, like, "Oh, did you know that one dude that?" and Slim makes it a point to, "Hey, slow down." And he gets up, he tips his hat to him and says, "Yo, hold your hands." Basically, hold your hands up, hold your head, continue to hold your head high. Don't let them get you down, is basically what the translation of that was. And one of his boys looked up, and it was like, "Oh shit, Slim." And you got to think about, from that man's perspective, he probably hasn't seen anyone that he's known for a number of years now, because he's been locked up probably on some freaking trumped up charge that he probably didn't even do. Let's be honest about the realness of that.
Yeah.
And he's been hemmed up, but now he's seeing his old homies still out there kicking, doing what they were doing before he ended up getting hemmed up. And he also yells out to him. The guard shoots shot off to make him get back to work. And it immediately throws Slim back into trauma. And he had just told the story of he was getting ready to tell the story because Sammy asked, do you know that? I said, yeah, I knew all of them. And he tells the story about one of the guys that were rounded up. They were basically kidnapped.
Mm-hmm.
And once the people that the sheriffs that had kidnapped them and tossed them in jail for just because they wanted to had found out that they could sing and they could play, they're like, oh, well, okay, let's take them over here, see if we can make a little money. And of course they got skills, so they made bank. And then they decided to take them on tour. Would not let them go. Again, they're being forced to do this. There were no contracts signed. There's no compensation on their part. Their compensation is literally just being able to stay alive. Mm-hmm. Think about that if you go back and watch and you're listening to him tell this story. Think about that in that mindset. That is why it's so traumatic for him. When they finally got out, they were able to get away from him. The guys did actually give him a little bit of money to go start over wherever they needed to. Sadly, his homeboy wasn't as smart as he should be, and he let them see how much money he had on him. And of course, you're really scrambling for funds back then. So they make up a charge. They hem him up right there. They didn't even wait in the damn train station. Lynched him right there. And that, again, is why I said we're going to get into the actual pain of this story in this segment, because we have to talk about it. It's a big part of this story. And while this is another first, I think, for how this scene went, is while Delta Slim is telling this story, they're not doing a flashback in the traditional sense. They're playing the audio that he's reliving in his head. And for me, that just hit so much deeper, because now it's in our brains the exact same way it is for him. And that's excuse me, sorry. That is just such a powerful thing to feel. The horror of going through that, and of having to see your friend go through that. And I think the last words the guy said was, "Run, Slim. Run." Because Slim hadn't done anything. But had he stayed, they would have found something to charge him with. And in the beginning of this, I told y'all, I even with my credentials now, I still don't feel safe. It's because of shit like this that we are still dealing with in 2025. And if you watch this movie and your nitpick is, oh, well, my culture wasn't represented in that, then I'm going to just say, fuck you. Because your culture didn't need to be represented to tell the story of the people that this culture is for. And that's why I say that when it comes to the music, especially, Delta Slim is the main key of why they call it the blues. Because he, after that, his full trauma was on full. He still felt it burning fresh in his mind, in his flesh, and he starts stamping his foot to try to and humming to try to get past it. And it ends up turning into the beat of the song. And Stack looks back like, you got the guitar in your hand, cousin, right? And they start playing just from there. And again, the music comes in and it heals. That is why, above all of everything I've seen this year, and I'm going to call it everything that I'm going to see for the rest of this year, the music alone for this this movie deserves all the awards. And sorry, get a little emotional sometimes with things that are heavy hitting, but we warned y'all. We told y'all this is where we're going, because you cannot shy away from the pain that is actually shown in this movie, because it's a very prevalent part of why this movie exists. So that's it. What are y'all's thoughts on that?
No, I was just going to say, I think for me, when he starts stomping his feet and, humming the music, like that was for me, like the most affecting part of the scene, because it's just him trying to
cope,
coping with that trauma. And I think the audience really feels that when you're watching, and
hardcore.
Yeah. And to the point where Sammy doesn't because he's sitting there listening to it, and he doesn't initially feel comfortable with
because it's playing in his head too.
Yeah. And so he has to be, coached by Stack to go ahead and start playing. And it's it's really haunting. I guess
that's why they call it the blues.
Yeah.
I mean, Delroy Lindo really kind of nails it in this. This is, I think, his best scene in the movie, as great as he is with all of his other, sometimes more comedic asides. But as you said, AK, this is why you cast an actor of his caliber, is so he can carry the weight of a moment like this with just his performance, without the as you said, the aid of a visual flashback. It's a way for the audience to try and understand, to empathize with what this man has gone through in his life, because that is ultimately the power of art. The power of art is to take things that are sometimes impossible to express in true words, and to put it into a form so that somebody who hasn't had that life experience, like us, can relate to the pain, because we recognize the inherent humanity that is being displayed. And one of the things one of the lines that Delta Swim has when he's explaining the blues to Sammy is, he says, "Blues wasn't forced on us like that religion. Nah, son, we brought that with us from home. It's magic what we do. It's sacred and big." And so this is a spiritual act for him. This is again, going back to the idea of why this movie is ultimately called Sinners. Yes, there's a component of the traditional religious, veneer, especially with the character of Sammy's father, the preacher. But in many respects, there are many forms of, sin and repression and forced assimilation being put into this movie. And the act of escape, the act of rebellion, the act of defiance, the act of healing is the music that these characters are sharing. And so it's why we just always when it comes down to the movie's thematic core, this movie is obviously deeply political. And even if it hadn't come out in the time that we
get to see it, clocked on.
Even if it wasn't coming out in these times, it would still have that power, but it has extra resonance now because there are people who have not opened themselves up to empathy and compassion, who deliberately close themselves off from that way, who need to hear this. They need to be smacked in the face with it. And this is one of the reasons why the current regime is trying to push back on art and things, because this kind of stuff has power, and it scares the living shit out of them that we can be confronted with something like this.
That part, that's so 100% true. I mean, you don't have to look to even the dynamics of this movie. It's in our real life, and I think it started way back, but before I was even out of high school. We still had arts programs in schools back then. We learned proactively how to write cursive and use a typewriter in schools back then. It was a few years ago that I found out that they weren't teaching cursive
Mhm.
anymore. I'm like, well, you still need to be able to sign your name sometimes. How are you going to do that if you don't know how to write cursive? Not everything is made in just random print. Not everything is digitized. How are you going to know how to read a letter if someone decides to mail you something that isn't typed? How are you going to know how to use these different commands? And I know they're very few and far between, but there are still some typewriters out there that are in use. How are you going to know to do that? It is absolutely not the same thing as programming anything on a computer. It's a lot harder to use that keyboard. Why are you not teaching this anymore? You know, any type of calligraphy, it's like an elective art that doesn't mean anything anymore, and that's so weird to me. Like they cut out art in schools. A lot of ones I've seen have been cutting sports programs that aren't like lucrative to bring in funds from like merch and fundraising and whatnots. A lot of just, things that used to be free for after school programs are not that way anymore, at least in the public school sector. And that's been slowly being chipped away upon. And now they're just going for like all of the huge big things because it's been allowed to get this far. Because the majority of the people that have the higher numbers to truly affect changes that could be better for everyone are notoriously ridiculous in their racism, and they fully vote against their own best interests before they know that, oh, this is actually going to affect us, which is another sidebar for our today times that are shown in this movie. I don't feel bad for anyone of you assholes dealing with those bullshit disasters in Texas. You know what you did. You know what your people did. I don't feel bad for anyone. What is it? Is it Montana they've been talking about? But one of the states up north with a bunch of those farms that's hired migrant workers that now are losing money, and food is going to waste because there's no one left to pick the harvest because they're not coming to work because they don't want to get snatched up by ICE. Now your family farm that's been in your family for 4 or 5 generations now, that's going to be snatched up for pennies on the dollar by the government because they don't care about you like you thought they did. They just needed your vote. They don't really need you, is the thing. And that's where things from how situations were in this movie, that's how they spiral into the real world here. That is another reason why this movie came out at the right time, because you have to truly look at these things. You have to assess these things so we can try to do better. But sadly, it seems humans don't like to learn their lessons.
Yeah, given that this movie takes place almost 100 years ago, and and so many of the things on display are still familiar.
So familiar.
Yeah. Like, that's absurd. And I mean,
it's wild. It's so wild. And again, I commend them for having everything in here, because yes, it's hard hitting. This movie has so many more layers, I think, than the naysayers are allowing themselves to see. There's a lot this movie is saying. It's not just a vampire movie. It's not just a reboot or a remake of From Dusk Till Dawn. Like, come on, I get it. This
really?
has 2 twins that are fighting vampires. Oh no, that's the biggest. That's the biggest complaint, is a lot of folks are comparing this to From Dusk Till Dawn. I loved From Dusk Till Dawn. Do not get me wrong. That is one of my favorite vampire movies, but that movie doesn't have the layers that this movie does.
See,
it's totally different.
Is why I'm so happy to be staying away from those types of conversations, because I was not even aware that was a thing. And and I now feel dumb for having learned it.
You are correct. You are correct. But like I said, I'm always going to be real. So I will come and report the facts of what's going on so we can compare and contrast.
That people is telling on themselves with their superficial takes. It's like,
that part.
It's
exactly.
so reductive.
And I will say though, the actress that played Grace, just a small segue before we get back to the music. She, I'm kind of remembering an interview I saw with her, but like she knew people weren't going to come for her because fans sometimes are ridiculous and they don't know how to separate the actor from the work. So of course her socials were bombarded with nonsense because her character is the one that let them in. And again, I will say I do not condone what she did. However, I understand. I'm not going to condemn her for that because I get it. She was, from the very jump, once they found out something was really truly wrong, her first thought was, no, I got to get back to my baby and make sure she's okay, or try to protect her in whatever way I can. Sadly, the biggest mistake they did make was making everybody leave in the first place. But that was before our girl Annie, the witch doctor, figured out exactly what was going on, because she said, no, we got to get everybody out of here. But she wasn't thinking that there was a vampire problem. Had she saw that from the very beginning, she wouldn't have let nobody leave, because then they would have got. But she didn't know exactly what it was, so she went with just what the information was that she had, which was their hang.
And
which
even
doesn't
though
necessarily mean turning people.
Yeah, and even so, like, she's. I hate to pile on to poor Delta Slim, but he's the one who said, "Everybody go on home now." So,
well, no, he only did that after they told him to, though.
Yeah, okay.
That's why. That he only did that after they said, "No, we got to get everybody out of here, clear the room," because they're worried about Stack being killed right now, but they're also worried about Stack, not Stack, but what's her name, Mary. Taking all them bullets, some of them to the head, which is wild, and still getting up and running out like nothing happened.
Which, by the way, like her getting up and her moment of we're gonna kill every last one. Yeah, I was.
And the way she said that, like, I was like, wait a minute, Hawkeye, hold the fuck on. This isn't usually your set, ma'am. You're usually one of the good guys, or trying to be. What's happening here? And that, I think, for me, honestly, is just what made it so much more interesting to know some of the things that she's worked on before, and to see her here. I love an actor that is versatile in their movements, and this is one of the big ones that they showed in the trailer frequently. And I was like, oh, okay, I wonder how that's going to work out. And also, her eyes don't glow red like most vampire flicks do. Hers grow, they're a shade of gold, but not the same shade of gold yellow that like Bo's eyes are when he's turned. And I think Remick is the only one that's signified with red eyes. All the other ones are just some variation of eye shine, which I feel like there's a meaning behind that, but we're not getting it. Which is why I want like a prequel of how I would like to see their demeanors of how they grew up together, because I think that has something to do with their eye shine color once they're turned. And admittedly, I'm only thinking that because that there's variations on how the Twilight vampires present because of what they do or what they eat, what their powers are. And yeah, I might feel a little weird about saying I did watch all those Twilight movies, and they're in my trash movies that I like, specifically because of the lore. The lore is actually very good, especially when it comes to the wolves. And hashtag Leah deserve better.
I am not one to talk because I even though I have not watched those movies, I have watched the Underworld movies and I quite enjoy those. So
Underworld is I will never hear a bad word against any of them. Fight me.
Yeah.
I love those movies. Celine is that bitch.
Yeah. Oh yes. It's so funny because I did a stream about the first film with oh wow, I'm just forgetting everybody's name suddenly. This is what happens when I get a couple hours into the stream. My brain starts freezing.
Steph. I mean, was gonna say, you have had a lot of guests on through the years, though.
No, but it's Stev. Like, there's no excuse for me drawing a blank on one of my best friends' names.
It happens.
Yeah, but no, I did a stream about it with Stev over when we still had the Here Be Dragons channel, and it's so funny because it was I don't remember if it was his idea to do the stream or if it was a mutually agreed thing, but he was far more excited to be talking about that going into it than once he actually rewatched the movie. And then we did the stream. I could just tell he was not super into it. Meanwhile, I was giddy. I was like so excited.
I love that franchise.
Yeah.
I think they still have the potential to get one more in there so we can see what their daughter really has to do. And it sucks that Michael was killed off. You know, Scott Speedman didn't want to come back. They got a very good body double for him, though. Like, why can't we just use that guy? And move on, because Eve has some great powers that I would love to see in action.
Yeah, and the young actress they had for Eve, I really liked her. She was also in a mini series on TNT. I'm drawing a blank on what it was, but she's really good, and I'd like to see her come back for that.
Yeah.
And
her hybrid powers were really cool, and Celine's new upgrade that she got from the Northern Winter Coven, like, bitch, look, winter is coming in spectacular faceless man shadow movement ways. Why don't we have that movie yet?
Yeah. Oh god, yeah, I'm on board with that.
All right.
Absolutely.
All right, so sidebar over, y'all. Back to these vampires.
And speaking of, we haven't really, let's not forget to talk about Remick. That's his name, right?
Remick. I may be shooting myself in the foot, but I'm going to say, while yes, he is 100% the villain, he does have a very, very tragic backstory.
Mm-hmm.
And I know me and
as I put up a picture of him looking very villainous.
No, right. See, and look at that eye shine. He's the only one that has the red eye shine. Like me and the ladies are going to be talking about Sinners. It's hard getting schedules synced up. Like, me and Meeks are in the same city, but the homies on 1000 Eyes and One, Tanya and Nikki, they are in New York, same time frame, but same time zone, but still they're very busy. Like, Tanya's a lawyer, Nikki works for NPR, and so they be busy. It's hard getting a schedule together. So once we do that, we will be going all in on Sinners, and we definitely will be talking about all of these topics, especially this Irish collection. I'm actually thinking of having one of my Irish friends come on to chat about this half of it. And again, I say I fully know and recognize that he is the villain, but when I look at what his backstory is, I get it, what his outlook is. However, sir, you still have now become the thing that you hated the most before you left your shores. And I'm very curious. This is another, it doesn't have to be a full movie. I think they could handle it in a miniseries TV show within like 3, maybe 4 episodes of how he was even turned into a vampire. Because I suspect he was brought over because of transportation. And, shout out to American Gods for, showing us what transportation was. It was, you got in trouble for something in the European lands, and because America was the New World at that time, you were shipped off. If the prisons were too crowded, you were shipped off for transportation, and you would basically be a free indentured servant, kind of. And you'd serve your time, and then you'd be set free to go about your business. But how are you going to get any business when you're very heavily discriminated against? So it's very hard. Again, knowing the Irish history and all the things that happened there, it's wild. I would love to see how he got to the point to where he was now, because like he said, the Choctaw killed his wife. We don't know whether he had a wife with him, but off screen, that's probably possible, because your wife was probably also a vampire that you turned. And what I feel his outlook was for being over there was he knew the relationship that was between the Choctaw and the Irish, and he played on that once he was turned. And that's what made those Choctaw vampire hunters kill his wife, take him into captivity. He escaped, so they've been chasing him for a long time. I think that's why I really want to see that prequel.
Yeah.
I was just going to say, talking a lot about potential like prequel side stories. Like I'm torn on that, because on the one hand, I would love to hear some of those stories, but on the other hand, this is such like a like a perfect example of like something that is not a sequel or a prequel or a remake or something. And so I kind of like that it's a singular piece of art, which provokes us to think about those other stories. But so I would and I wouldn't like to see those things. I'm torn about it in that respect. But
understandable.
But yeah. I don't know, but I am undoubtedly curious about some of those things.
Yeah. No, I think that we get a great amount of emotional truth about Remnick's backstory, even if we don't get the actual details, because the choice to make him Irish is a very intentional one on the part of Ryan Coogler. Like, absolutely. He could have just been a Southern white guy in a different movie. But the fact that he's an Irish immigrant and had come over presumably some long time ago, like gives him
and was also colonized.
Exactly. Like the fact is that like not only was his homeland Ireland colonized long ago, but for a long period of time in American history, Irish immigrants were treated as second-class citizens as well. And even though they were never enslaved, they were treated and lived in horrible conditions. And so
watch Gangs of New York.
Gangs of New York,
and it kind of gives the sense of, as you said, AK, like him like becoming the thing that he hated. But like this is a case of like he truly believes in the philosophy that he is preaching, even though it's sadistic in certain respects, because there's that incredible scene when he has Sammy in the water and is threatening him and is going to, and Sammy starts praying. He starts out of almost like force of instinct reciting the Lord's Prayer, and Remnick starts reciting it with him. And then when they finishes, he has this speech where he says, "Long ago, the men who stole my father's land forced these words upon us. I hated those men, but the words still bring me comfort. Those men lied to themselves, then lied to us. They told stories of a God above and a devil below, and lies of a dominion of man over beast and earth. We are earth and beast and God. We are woman and man. We are connected, you and I, to everything." And that is the kind of philosophy that he is trying to espouse with his basically, he's killing people, he's turning them into vampires, but in his mind, he's doing it as a way of salvation. and it's deliciously ironic that this is the philosophy that he's doing, like taking people's choice away from them.
He's colonizing.
Exactly. He's doing what he hated. But he's become so twisted by this so many years that like there's that moment when he comes to the door with the two he's turned, Bert and Joan, and they're trying to trick them to give in, and he has that speech like, "We all believe in equality. That's like our entire thing." And
by the way, I love the little dance move that he does as he walks. We heard Taylor
that scene let me break down how that's so prevalent for the Black community. Okay, that scene, first of all, when he said that, oh, we heard tale of a party. If you pay attention to Cornbread's face, he was like, oh, word? Where did you hear that at? Because no, you would not hear about a Black folks juke joint in any space that you would be in, sir. That's not how that works. And then once they do that song, first of all, you couldn't have picked no other song, Remick, because you literally just told those people what you were trying to do. I picked Poor Robin Clean. What? Huh? No, sir. That's not making me want to invite you anywhere. Least of all in a building that I am occupying spacing at the moment. So no, you can't do that. And I do agree that when they hit that little dance move, like he's like, okay, wait, hold on. Did y'all practice this? Because and where did you even get them instruments? Because I don't think y'all had that there. But regardless of which, they get into it, and he, I think it was Sack to say, if y'all can go on up the way back down into town. It's a whole bunch of folks out there in those late night towns that with y'all's people, you can find a whole lot of places to play over there. And he lifts his arm. He was like, oh, it's because he rubs it because he's white. And he was like, oh, well, no, just I think you would be better off amongst your own people. Then he sees Mary, and he's like, well, how did she come in? And Mary, again, no, look, don't mistake it. This is not just a random white woman that's talking. Again, she was raised by a Black mother, okay? Remember that. She looks at that, which is why she has the attitude that she has. What she was getting ready to say was, that ain't none of your motherfucking business. But Annie stopped her like, hey, she family. Okay, because Annie grew up on the block also. Okay, they all grew up together. They all know each other. They know each other's families. Don't worry about why she's here. She has a reason. You, sir, do not. So kindly turn the fuck around and jump off our set. Plain and simple.
Yeah, and I just want to say, like what makes this work so brilliantly, and it's why I didn't even realize that with that first teaser trailer that they put out, I did not even realize that this was a vampire movie.
I don't remember if I even saw the teaser trailer.
But it had done such a good job of communicating the general creepiness and unease of
oh wait, that's right. They didn't show the vampires in the teaser, right?
Yeah,
okay. I do remember
remove the vampire element. These these creepy ass white people walking up, and with their whole shtick, would be perfectly at home with these people, even if they were not vampires. And it's like the disturbing vibes that's they're getting from them are just reason enough to be like, no, you all get the fuck out of here.
You know why that's so funny that you said that? Because that's actually called out. There's a line once they get rid of them, they start walking away. I don't remember who it was that said it, but someone was like, "Oh, they gave me the heebie-jeebies." And Stack, the jokester that he always is, like, yeah, well, crackers at night will do that to you. And he just walks on, and that says everything that we needed to know about how they felt about that scene, which is just a cosign to everything Gwen was just saying just now.
No.
Yeah, and that's why, honestly, that first teaser trailer sold the danger that they were in, even if it wasn't vampires, if it was just, racist white people coming to lynch them,
It would have been just as scary.
Yeah, and as far as I knew, that's what the movie kind of was about, a really freaky sort of surreal drama about, racism in Southern America in the whenever this takes place, the 30s, and that's what it was. It's just it was also a vampire movie, and I think that's what just makes the movie so incredible, is that it is these multiple different things, and it doesn't like sacrifice on either front. There is just so much, emotional and like just emotional depth, and like being true to the period of telling like a story that this is like they didn't have to deal with literal vampires, but it was no less frightening for having to deal with real people. And and the fact that they were, what Remick says, something to the effect of like, this, no matter which way tonight went, this was a slaughterhouse. If it wasn't us, it was going to be the Klan. And
he's not wrong. He's not wrong.
No, that's exactly what was going to happen.
Yeah, and I think it also alludes back to Cassie. What's good, my girl? Lovely to see you. Effective Rambling has entered the chat. I think it doubles back to the beginning when they're talking to Boss Hogg about the deed in the land and making the purchase. He says, the Klan don't exist anymore, but they noticed that there were stains, water wash stains. They tried to scrub it out, but it's not easy to get rid of blood stains on any surface. And they're looking at it like, y'all wash these floors? Yeah. Well, what you have on them? And then again, in all of his disgustingness, he spits on the floor and then starts trying to gaslight them like, I thought y'all was dead set on buying this property, completely ignoring and skirting around the question. The more I talk to you boys, it seemed like, you might be thinking about something else. No, sir, they literally just called you out on the bullshit, and now you're scrambling trying to cover that up. And I think it was at that point that Smoke's spidey senses started going off, because you see his demeanor shifts just a little bit, and he's side-eyeing a little bit like, you know what? Let me just go ahead and start tiptoeing over here. Maybe look a little closer in one of these corners. And then, Boss Hogg says that bullshit. And Stack is like, ain't no boys. Hey, no, I think it was Smoke. Ain't no boys here. And Stack was like, just grown men with grown man bullets. And that's when we see him put his hands on the brass knuckle knife that he had, which was freaking badass. I love seeing old school knives like that. But by the time he's done that, Smoke has already cut behind Boss Hogg and has his hand ready on the revolver. Like, bitch, you can go down at any moment right now. You don't even know. You might be a dead man walking right now. Try me. I don't know if y'all saw that meme. Try me, bitch. I dare you. I double dare you. And he thought better of it and was like, oh, well, I ain't mean nothing by it. It's just how we talk around here, which is a phrase that is still used in many places in the South.
Oh, yes.
In case y'all were curious.
Yes. Southern hospitality.
Especially in the Bible Belt. That's Southern hospitality. Yeah, exactly. Woosah. Let's all take a deep breath. And release. All right. Back to the movie. Again, we have to highlight these horrendous things because this is part of the soul of the movie. And I think we would be remiss if we didn't look at all these things objectively.
Yeah, it's unavoidable, and it's one of the things that, like, when I always try to make stand in defense of like genre fiction, science fiction, fantasy storytelling, monster storytelling. One of the reasons it's so effective is because you can essentially not disguise these themes, but you can almost Trojan horse them into people think they're going to watching a movie about vampires, and they're actually getting something that's much deeper because we're getting to reflect on what those legends actually mean and what they like, and the undercurrent of not only the political and historical, but like the cultural ideas. We had mentioned far back, I think, with you and how much AK you love that opening monologue from Annie in the kind of the prologue scene. And one of the things that I love about it is it really kind of gets into the idea of the monoculture and the idea that all these different cultures separated by time and oceans have stories and legends that are similar, not only of people who can, conjure spirits from the past and the future with gifts of making music so true can pierce the veil between life and death. In ancient Ireland, they were called Fili. In Choctaw land, we call them firekeepers. And in West Africa, they're called griots. And one of the other
which legends, is also the name of the AI system in Wakanda Forever, if y'all missed that.
Which is a great touch. But also one of the other cultural legends that spans all those different cultures are vampire legends. Almost every culture on the world has some version of a demon that feeds on human blood and flesh. And though that's because, different circumstances gave rise to those legends based on shared humanity, even though these people weren't trading notes, like they have the same stories. And what's so fascinating about it is that is the power that Remick wants. He is, his stated motivation with Sammy is he wants to use Sammy's power to bring back the stories and the people of his culture, of Irish culture that had been lost to him. And his only way to do that is to take it from Sammy. And he tries to dress it up with this essentially this big talk about, we'll all be one big happy family, none of our differences will matter anymore. But ultimately, he is still the one who's in control. And it brings me to one of my other favorite scenes in the movie, which, obviously the scene in the movie is Sammy playing the song with the different spanning eras of time in the juke joint. A close second for me is the Rocky Road to Dublin with where Remick is singing this song from his culture in this terrifying and eerie sequence, and he has all these people, mostly Black people that he has killed and turned, singing his cultural song as he is the center of attention. And it's a great performance. Jack O'Connell crushes that song, but it's not just creepy because it's a bunch of vampires, singing and dancing in the dark. It's what he's doing. He is trying to claim their power for his own.
I have a confession. That version of the Rocky Road to Dublin is the worst that I've heard ever. The first time I heard it was by the High Kings, an actual Irish band, and it's actually still on my playlist now. I love their version of that. So when I heard the beginning of the words, I was like, wait a minute, hold on. Do I know that? Is it something rolling on the bogs, frightening all the dogs? And then it clicked in my brain. I was like, on the Rocky Road to Dublin, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I was like, wait a minute, hold on. First of all, this is literally the most lackluster beat for this song that you could put out. And I get what it's about, but it also, I think, served a dual purpose. Not only is he feeling like he could get closer to his homeland, his people, his tribe, but also it's showing that in the set that you're in, my guy, it's not the one that holds the actual trigger. It's not the soul moving experience that you needed to be. Like, he's happy to have all these folks around him now, but you do still see when they're all around him at the end of the song and it pans in a little bit on his face, he doesn't really look that happy. He looks like he's just going through the movements because this is all just superficial. He needs Sammy to bring in that vibe, like literally, you know, the roof is on fire. And we saw that literally. And that's the feeling he's trying to grasp onto, which also is why we got this Irish song. And Ryan has said in interviews that like him and his kids love Irish music. So that was another component that he brought in from his experiences to incorporate into here. And it's very, very interesting. Again, I love the plays on music they did throughout this whole movie. And this is one of the really good ones, I think.
Yeah, and it's almost like a bastardization of what made that song special in the first place. Like, you know, I think it's almost intentional.
Intentional.
That, like, I mean, I think that it's a great scene. I'm not sure I would say it's like the best musical rendition of the song, but I think that's the point because.
But it's absolutely
exactly.
It's absolutely.
It serves its purpose.
Yeah. Because he essentially is just like. This, I think, I found myself thinking back to a touchstone for all of us, Lord of the Rings, the idea that evil cannot truly create, it can only corrupt and mimic and like show a shadow of the true power that the light can. And that is, I think, effectively what this scene is doing, both in the sense that Remnick is, you know, having a dark reflection of this song he may have sung once back when he was alive and had his family and his people and his culture, but also a reflection of the beauty that we had just seen with Sammy's song in the juke joint, where that was an absolute celebration of life and love and togetherness and the power that music can have. And here Remnick is giving like a dark, corrupted version of it as part of his attempt to take that power for himself.
Yeah, like if you watch the Wheel of Time series, like Remick in that moment, he is what Moraine was trying to, you know, bang into Logain's head. Like, yeah, you might feel like you powerful right now, but what you're feeling is but a pinprick of what the actual power the dragon has. And this is Logain, and it you know, Nynaeve is not the dragon, but Nynaeve comes in a few minutes after that and mops the floor with all of that, literally bringing people back from beyond the brink of death all around the room. And that's when Logain is like, oh shit, okay, I can't do that. I get it now. And it's compounded on even more than once he's being paraded through the city, you could say, and he looks up and he sees Rand and his shiny ass aura, and he's like, oh, like he has to like laugh at his own delirium, like, yeah, okay, she was right, I was absolutely delusional, I ain't shit right now. And yeah, that's basically it. You can have the people from that culture there. You turned all of them, Remick, or you and your two minions at that point turned all of them, but you don't have that same effect. You don't have that soul that is needed. And honestly, thinking about that now, just as I said that, if he would have turned Sammy, would Sammy have been able to keep his soul? I want to say yes, because Remick was pretty sure on snagging him. But it would be interesting if the powers didn't transfer. But also, I like to point out that Sammy wasn't the only target that night, and I think it came from the memories of Smoke and Annie, because not Smoke and Annie, Smoke and Mary, because they knew that Annie also had that spiritual vibe. She had that extracurricular knowledge that they could absolutely use and exploit. And I think that's why it was an issue that a lot of folks thought that, you know, some part of the person still remains in the vampire once it's turned. And that's why Mary was trying to save Annie or try to get to her to stop Stack from turning her. I don't think that was it. I think it's from those memories, Remick saw that he could absolutely use Annie's skills also, and that's why it was a loss to the collective that she had to be killed. Which, thank goodness, they didn't waver on that, because no, you can't let my girl Wunmi go out like that. That's absurd.
Yeah. Yeah, and I will say that, in sort of drawing a parallel between like sort of politically relevant horror movies, the entire thing with Remick wanting Sammy's talents and his abilities just really went back to Get Out for me, and the idea of wanting to take that character's eyes and
or their legs to run fast. And
so I mean, that's got to be a part of it, not just like the sort of mystical skills, but also it certainly would have Remick possibly looking to take on some of Sammy's talent as well.
Like he wasn't going to be able to get his power, but he would use Sammy to channel and conjure those old world spirits. And also, I wonder, why can't Remick go home? Why can't he just get back on a boat, sneak on, like you're a vampire, dude. You can absolutely sneak onto a boat in the cargo hold and go back to
I feel like
Europe,
there's some
and then
story,
make your way to Ireland.
There's some story where a vampire makes his way across the sea on a boat. What is that?
A movie that we talked about on this channel for nearly 5 hours and was my favorite movie of last
year.
What movie is that?
That was Nosferatu.
Nosferatu. Which one? The original or the new one?
The
new one by Robert Eggers. Although I do love the original too. I watched it before that.
I haven't watched the new one, but I have watched detailed recaps of it, and I think it slaps.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so good.
That's the good things about it.
As Jared is, what's the full refrain that you quoted about who these different vampire movies are for?
Oh my God! It was a meme. It was a joke that was on one of the social media sites where someone came up with the idea that, in their words, Twilight is baby's first monster fucker movie. The Shape of Water is a monster fucker movie for adults. Nosferatu is a monster fucker movie, but for actual perverts.
Okay. I can see those notes. Not 100% in agreement, but I can see those notes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no.
It's a reductive take, but I was like, I think it would have, as internet memes go, it made me laugh.
Yeah. No, yeah, it's so bottom line though, Nosferatu was freaking incredible, and I think it was Jared and I were having like intense discussions about what the actual number one of last year was. It was a very close three-way tie for me between Wicked, Dune Part 2, and Nosferatu. I'm very
much looking forward to the next Dune movie.
Oh God, can't wait.
Denis, I think, has been knocking it out the park.
Yeah. So just a couple of things that I want to make sure that we talk about before we start to wrap things up. Just from like mostly making sure we give due to certain actors. I do want to. I want to give a mention to Omar Miller, who played Cornbread. Particularly
the homie.
The scene where he's trying to get in after he's been turned.
Every time I see him in anything, whatever role it is, I enjoy seeing him. Like one of the first things that comes to mind is Transformers, where he's telling I think it was Shia LaBeouf's character. Was it Transformers 2? Might have been part 2. But like, bro, you need to start participating in stuff. Stop staying in your room, being a random reclusive nerd, and then you complain that you can't talk to nobody. No girls want to talk to you. Push yourself out there. Participate. They can't talk to you if you in your room and they don't know who you are. And it comes back into that's how it ends up happening. And it's kind of hilarious. And I think is it him or the other guy that gets pulled in as her advisor? Yeah. Either way, he is compelling in any bit role that he's in, or any like supporting cast. He's great. And here, from the very beginning, he comes up and he wants to be respectful in front of his wife, and Stack starts talking to him like, bro, I'm behind on my quota. I don't got time for your scheme, Stack. Again, this shows that these folks grew up around each other since childhood.
Yeah.
I don't got time for your schemes, bro. Let me do my thing. Stack says some other nonsense. Hey, this is my wife right here, bro. Okay, can you not use that colorful language, because literally he is Captain America right now. You can't say any bad words. Okay, language. Watch yourself. He starts going off, and he's like, you know what, Stack, y'all should have fucking stayed gone, because I'm literally about to beat the black off of you. And if you've never heard that phrase, yes, it's not a thing that was made up. That is a thing that is often said in the black community, because sometimes if you're a parent, especially, you have to throw hands because your kid is a knucklehead. This is what it is. And after all that gets done and sorted, and Stack does his vulgar nonsense to pull Cornbread in, his wife is like, how much is the paycheck though? And but before the thought was even fully formed in my mind, Stack said like, oh, that's a good woman right there, because don't fuck up the bag, my guy. You literally just said, I'm behind on my quota. Well, here you go. This will help you. You can come and catch up with that quota later. We're not here to pick up your wife. We're here to get you. She's all good. She can still finish her hours for the day. And then you got this extra money to fall back on. I mean, it really is kind of a win-win. Just saying. Guilty Undertaker was good. I see you, bruv. It's good to see you. And thank you for all the folks that have been coming in. It's been a while since we've seen each other. I love seeing y'all.
Yeah. And we did talk about Delroy Lindo earlier.
Yes, indeed. Delta Slim. I was going to cosplay as Delta Slim for my avatar for this stream, but the face swaps were not acting right. So I had to abandon that, sadly. But he is absolutely my favorite character in the whole movie. And I feel like he needs a supporting actor award for this.
Yeah, he's the type of actor I feel like could actually get one, because he's so well respected in the industry. Like, I thought he was robbed of an Oscar nomination for The Five Bloods a few years ago.
Agreed.
But yeah, he I have high hopes for all of the cast. Like, I would love to see Miles Canton get an Oscar nomination.
Oh, yes.
I think, like, given that it's his first movie, I would understand if they gravitated more towards someone like Delroy Lindo. But yeah, he would be worthy. Wunmi Mosaku would be incredibly worthy. And for fuck's sake, if playing two characters, both incredibly, doesn't get Michael B. Jordan, who rising star, his first Oscar nomination, what the fuck are we even doing?
Exactly. Let us not repeat the Demi Moore disrespect, okay? Because how long was it before she got an award? And I may be misremembering. She might not have gotten it. But I do remember there was a random stories out about how she got snubbed on the movie.
Oh, yeah. No, she was nominated, but she lost to Mikey Madison for a Nora, which Jared and I were not upset about that win, but also like the whole thing is like, yeah, it's unfortunate, but it does not take away from the achievement of what Demi Moore did. A lot of people always love to, treat like, especially when it's an upset, it's like, oh, well, I guess all that was for nothing. No, it wasn't for nothing. It was she did stellar work, and and that should still be, appreciated and honored. That's why I always say the best part about the awards season is when the nominations come out, not the actual wins.
Not the actual wins, yeah.
Yeah.
Because a lot of times the wins legit are rigged.
And also it's like, but like, what does that do to actually recognize the achievement of actors?
Exactly.
I always feel like nominations are so much better.
Exactly.
Just because
like the nominations, they basically say, yeah, we saw you, boo. We saw you. You did that. Yeah.
Yeah. Of course, then something will happen where a win will happen that I really love. And I'm like, and that's when I'm like, oh yeah, wins matter then.
You know what? That is quite okay. Let's see. Where are there any other big news parts? I mean, I think again the beginning, the Smoke Tech Twins intro was great. The juke joint.
Also, I do
was great.
Throw a mention out for Saul Williams, who plays the pastor, Samu's father. I thought like that whole opening sequence is just so amazing. Just because it really sets the tone for the whole thing. When Sammy walks in there and he's all bloodied and holding the guitar, and and his father is like, treating this as a moment to his congregation instead of just rushing over to his son and saying like,
not even that. What I think is even more relevant, just a bit, is when Sammy walks in there, the door is open, but I don't think that's really that big of a distraction. But he walks in, and because they echoed once they hit the wall, it wasn't everyone that turned around, if you go back and look, but his mom was one of the first folks to look, and she saw him, and when you hear that yell, Sammy, that's from his mom in the front row. And then you hear his dad come in after Remick does his little jump scare. Sammy.
Oh, that jump scare. I saw the movie in IMAX.
Did you get got?
And oh my God, I jumped out of my skin.
I did not. I was surprised. I was like, oh wait, okay, what's that about? Because I still wasn't like aware that this was going to be like heavily vampires. And so seeing this, and then his dad, like, he says, no, hold on, Ruthie, you stay right there. And he begins to use this as a teachable moment, which, if you have had an even slightly overbearing parent, then you will feel, I think, a small bit of Sammy's vibe right here. Because we've seen from the beginning, yes, he does want to make his dad proud, and he from everything we've shown, he's a decent dude. He goes around, he's out there first thing before the sun is even starting to rise, out there getting his quota in, and he's going home, and you can tell how early it is in that day, because once he gets back and he's done with his work for the day, he passes by his mom and has a cute little moment also between two of them. I thought that was really, really freaking special. I love that they showed that. And they're like, that scene ended with like him throwing the soapy water on her, and she's laughing and giggling, and again, a moment of happiness that he needed. And he goes in and he wakes his younger siblings up, and I think they don't say it for sure, but there's just something in the gist of how they were speaking about those kids. I don't think all of those kids were his parents. I think some of them were adopted, or in some type of function, like mama saw these kids needed help and she brought them in. That's the gist I got. I could be wrong because it wasn't expressly said, but I feel like, he walked in and was like, hey, mama said get up. But I mean, if you know farm work, then everyone is up like before the crack of dawn getting the day's work started. But Sammy was the only one of those kids that was awake. And all those kids, they're of age of where they could be out there picking some cotton. So it's interesting, that dynamic. Again, I would love a little bit of backstory on that and why there's these 4 or 5 kids that are sleeping in this one small part of the barn. But then in that scene, Sammy goes to try to find his guitar, and it's usually under his bed. And he looks, and he doesn't even ask if anybody saw anything. He already knows. He goes right to the chapel. And Dad's like, yeah, I brought it in here. So, I want you to help me, to give this sermon coming up. And again, if you're a first kid, you can feel the weight of every expectation that is being put on this boy's shoulders right now. And it kind of sucks. It's a little bit heavy, but he's not there for that. He wants to grab his guitar and go. And I feel his argument, because this is a lot of teenagers and a lot of us as teenagers coming up like, yo, Pops, look, I did my chores. I've done all the things. I've been good all week. I would like to be free of this life, of this rigmarole for just one day. It's not even a full day, just a few hours. Please and thank you.
Yeah, and it's just so sad because because he's done all his work. He clearly knows the Bible by heart.
Right? He's done him to recite a sermon. He says 2 lines while the Bible is open, and then he shuts it and walks away and is spouting the whole verse. Like the kid knows his Bible, yes, and I think he does have some type of faith in a higher being, but he wants to have a little bit more balance in his life. Let me go out here just one day, Pops, 1 day out of 6, not even the full day, just a few hours out of 6 days of work and turmoil and doing the same thing day in, day out. Wake up, do the things, wake up the kids, maybe help your mom with whatever chores around the house, go to sleep, rinse, wash, and repeat. You need a little break during that mundane existence.
Oh God, I hear that, Cassie.
And R.I.P. to Mama Webster. R.I.P.
Yeah. Yeah, it was my couple months ago. My dad and I were going through a thing that just made me really miss Mom. And yeah, we can talk a little bit about it after we wrap up here. But
sure. We got you.
But yeah, it was difficult, and things have sort of bounced back to a state of normalcy now. But it just it was the type of thing where I thought, man, if my mom was here, she would have beat the shit out of him. And I just, I miss her so much. But yeah.
I love that.
But yeah, no, he seems like he's a really great, he seems like he's a model son,
Yeah, he's a well-rounded young man.
Yeah,
he's
and
not.
all he wants to have a little time to himself after he's done everything that's asked of him. You know,
all responsibilities taken care of.
But
I can't go chill, boss.
Yeah, but his father is so strict that he's pushing him away, you know. And like, if Sammy was allowed that bit of freedom and that support from his father, maybe he wouldn't want to leave. You know.
No, see, you know what? I think that's a good segue to another great scene that happened at the juke joint, because yes, Sammy is trying to do this, and his dad is telling left or right, oh, you want to go play up in that juke joint all night for, you know, what is it, philanthropers and something or other, you know, want to grind all on each other, and all in this ridiculous sin and nonsense. Why that they want to shirk their responsibilities onto their families so they can go and grind and gyrate, all that. I mean, I feel that's a little bit extreme, Pops, but okay. Yeah, I want to be free for all of that for just one night. And Lee and he goes out and he is trying to do that one night, but then we get to this scene at the juke joint and he's telling that to Smoke, and Smoke is like, look, I need you to go ahead and just enjoy yourself for the rest of this evening. You know, shout out to Dave Chappelle, you know, Rick James, enjoy yourself. Now, Rick James. And he's like, because this is gonna be your last juke. And Sammy's looking at him like, the fuck you mean? Y'all went out to Chicago and you made it big, did some things, and now you back. I mean, I feel like I could go out there. And honestly, Sammy is asking this from the beginning. He's putting feelers out. I was like, you know, y'all was up there with Chicago, you know, I heard there ain't no Jim Crow up there, you know, a black man can go where he please. And I feel like they should have given a bit more explanation, but what I think it was Stack that says to him, it was like, you know, Chicago ain't nothing but, you know, the South with tall buildings instead of fields.
Yeah.
And he's 100% correct. And that's even more prevalent because if you watch Lovecraft Country and you know some of the lore in that, it totally fits because that takes place, if I remember correctly, in Chicago, which is a northern, you know, Chicago, Illinois, that is a northern state, but that don't mean that there wasn't racism still prevalent there.
Which, sidebar, talking about like side stories we should get, I'd be just as interested in just getting a movie that is just the twins in Chicago.
Facts. Facts. I want that side quest just as much as I want the Choctaw Vampire Hunters. Yeah. Yes, give me both of those, please and thank you. So yeah, that's basically it.
Yeah. Yeah, and also Cassie, don't worry about it. I'm always thinking Mom, so like
exactly. Now you good. You good.
Yeah.
Yeah. No need to apologize. We're all friends here.
Well, it's the Hulk meme. That's my secret cap. I'm always crying over Mom. Not to get sad, but it's the truth.
I understand.
Yeah. But
so what's another big moment that we may not have touched on? Or go ahead. Sorry,
I want to make sure there's nothing I want to hit before we talk about the very end of the movie.
Oh, there. One small scene I remember from the beginning, and it does loop back in later. But when Smoke goes to see Annie that time, and he's talking all that nonsense, and actually two things in this scene. He snatches up her money, and immediately, again, one of the reasons I love Annie, because I also am a fan of sharp objects. She immediately, no questions asked, pulls out the switchblade, like, give me my fucking money back, Smoke. Okay. And he's like, no, you don't need that fake money. Here, look, I got this. Look, I don't want your kind of money. Okay. That shit come with blood. Look, all money come with blood. Okay. You know, you can't even use that fake money anywhere outside of this place. Well, I'm not trying to go anywhere outside of this place. So what what are we
I
doing
just-
here? Give me my shite.
See, and I'm like, the more I think about that line from her, I'm not looking to go anywhere else. I am so like, I find myself so jealous of the people who are absolutely content where they are.
Were
And,
that right?
And because like, I've been in the same place for years and years, and I'm just trying to figure out ways to get out and go off and do what it is I'm supposed to do. I would so love to be perfectly at ease with just staying put exactly right, which, you know, to be perfectly frank, is never going to be Florida. But still,
yeah. Look, I feel you on that tip.
Yeah,
But,
because it would just
the
be
other
such
thing,
a relief. It really would.
I feel you. The other thing with this scene is, specifically again with the money, is he's talking about the plantation money, and this again is one of those things that you have to know the history on. Like when you think about small towns, and I don't know if I call them small, but I don't remember the sizes exactly, but in the quote unquote founders of like leading interest industries in America, like a Ford. There was a Ford town. I believe there was also a Carnegie town at one point in time, and these towns were made of workers that worked on the machines that those two men were building, and they had their own different shops that were in that town. And then because of the remoteness of those towns, that's like the only option they had. So they had to go there, even if the stuff was overpriced. They had to pay those prices a lot. And a lot of times things would be going on credit, so they're like deducted out of their wages for the week, and then they get what's left in the check. But it's the same thing we experience this now. Prices for everything go up, but our paycheck median stay the same. So you run into a problem of you just have a bunch of people on debt that heavily rely on you, and because that overall makes you more money, that's the system you stick with, which is really fucked, because that's the same thing that's going on here. Those plantation dollars that they were talking about, that was another scheme in our real world history that was used to keep any type of wealth, especially generational wealth, for African American folks in the US. You have plantation money, which is like fake, nickels, dimes, quarters, and whatnots, and you could pay for that in certain places around the way in your town or city, but anywhere else, that money is worthless. And just like Smoke said, that's fake money. They're literally paying folks in monopoly money. Meanwhile, they're raking in all of the dividends.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's actually a really important beat that they set up later in the movie that then pays off, because one of the things that happens, obviously, is when a lot of these sharecroppers come to the juke joint to celebrate and be a part of this, some of them have to pay with that company money, and Smoke pushes back on that because he's basically like, we can't sustain a business with that. And it's the harsh reality that they had to confront, in that moment where they have the conversation where Stack is basically like let it go. We're trying to build a trust and a clientele base here, and Smoke is recognizing, like, if we keep going like this, we're going to be broke in 2 months. We're not running
2 months,
a charity.
yep.
Yeah, and that is the reason, after they turn the vampires away, that Mary actually goes back out to talk to them, because they have real money, and it's like actually solid gold in this case. But it's the kind of a dark commentary on the fact that this dream that Smoke and Stack had, even if there weren't vampires or the clan coming to kill them, it might not have been able to be sustained because of the system of economic oppression that had been put in place here. They would need, as they say, outside investment in the form of white people money. And that is a kind of heartbreaking commentary on where they found themselves at this point. And it, ultimately, because it spirals off into separate tragedy, like this one beautiful night was pretty much all that they were ever going to have. But the movie gets to like kind of acknowledge that without having to fully delve into, you know, the harsh reality of that, you know, that what would have had unfolded otherwise, and also the loss that happens. You know, the fact is, I think one of our friends in the chat a while back was I think it was Cassie, was talking about like the fact that, you know, Lisa, the young, you know, daughter of Bo and Grace, you know, she gets orphaned in this movie and we never see her again. And basically half the community has been wiped out from this tragedy. And like, we don't really reckon with that because that's not the focus of the story is primarily on, you know, the Smoke and Stack and and Sammy. But that's another reason I think that when his father offers him that chance of like pass down, like put down the guitar, you know, forget all this, stay here. It's like, that wouldn't necessarily be a healing experience for him because he had to live through this, you know. In this case, what he needs to do is to seek his fortune elsewhere.
And let's remember, Cornbread's wife is pregnant.
Exactly.
With like their fifth kid. And now she has to deal with that alone.
Yeah.
Lisa is maybe 16, 17, and she now has 2 shops that she has to try to run. I mean, knowing who her parents are, I fully think that she is eventually going to be okay because she knows the business and how to get shit done. You know, and we see that in the actions of her mom and her dad earlier before the whole shit started. But that's scary because you're waking up, you're 17, and your parents didn't come home from the juke joint last night. What are you gonna do with these 2 shops you have to run now? That you got to deal with the contracts with the trade goods and bringing everything in and all that, and stacking and making sure you can even hire someone that's trustworthy to staff the other store that you now can't be in at the same time as the one that you're in. It's I think she's gonna end up having a somewhat hard time getting her footing back. Especially now, a lot of folks don't know what happened to their family because everybody died in the river, actually. Which Pops was screaming about this music, and low-key was music that also saved the day because that little bit of silver that was in the guitar pierced Remig's head, and that sent out pain throughout the whole collective. And it was a little funny because when Smoke came in with like the last minute shot, and then I looked and I saw that the sun was beginning to rise, my nerd brain went straight back to Lord of the Rings in The Hobbit, and all I heard was Gandalf saying, "The dawn will take you all." And then the sun fully came up. I said, "Yes, Gandalf, get them assholes." I'm a dumb nerd like that, though. Forgive me, y'all. I'm sorry.
Please look who you're talking to.
I'm okay, but not everybody knows me though. I haven't been here in a while. I feel like I need to explain just so they know. So they don't come at you in the comments like, "Who is this bro that you had on here, bruh? We don't know what she was talking about." I just feel the need to translate. And I love your brand of nerd too, Cassie. Thank you. You guys absolutely should be following Cassie on Instagram. She has awesome artwork, and I think y'all should be supporting that.
Yeah, absolutely. I second that. No, I'm really glad you talked about that moment by the river. It just, yeah, and then the most of the. I feel like most of the effects work in this movie goes like unnoticed because it's so sort of seamlessly integrated. That's one of the bigger effect moments, and it looks so amazing. Just the funnel of fire as Remick, goes up, and yeah, it's back to what you were saying about, and nobody's gonna know what happened. Like, there's not even any bodies. They're just because they were all vampires. They're
all turned to ash.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
like,
so,
how do you prove a bunch of people just disappear over the night? And this isn't a small amount. The only bodies that are going to be found are Smoke and the clan.
Yeah.
And like, that's it. And also, again, with that scene, I love that line that Annie gave, because first of all, I'm backtrack a little bit. Smoke setting up to do the Arnold Schwarzenegger, what was his character, Dutch level of retaliation and get ready from Predator was so freaking on point. My boy, the Tommy gun. My boy had the Tommy laid up already, because you got to remember, he was in the army. He's a fucking sharpshooter. So he started off this whole thing in the bush, just waiting to aim. As soon as they came about that car, boom, 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 ran out of bullets, came out, picked up the other shotty and hit him. Boom, 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 boom. Look, I do not condone violence ever on my channel or my friends' channels. However, if you need to catch these hands, then you have to catch these hands. And Smoke came out with the shotties, like bang, 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 one after the other, and got everybody, tossed a grenade in. They tried to throw it back. He was like, nope, boom. Set that shit right the hell off. Okay, look, and I appreciate that. And that last scene where he's trying to ask Boss Hogg for a cigarette or whatever, and he sits down. Well, he falls down because that shot that he took was heavy.
That fucker needed to shut the hell up. If
he absolutely needed to shut the fuck up. Look, okay, I got the shaky hands again. We see, like I said earlier, Smoke's hands only are steady when he is holding a weapon. But now he's trying to get this last little calm my nerves before I pass on. And who do we hear? Annie over sitting from the other side, looking at her, their baby daughter, looking so precious, is in her arms. And she was like, hey, and I love this line, because she says, if you put that out, you could hold her. I don't want to get none of that smoke on her. Do not mistake this as a simple scene. This is her giving Smoke the spiritual cleansing that he needs to have before he crosses over. I don't want any of that smoke on her, not just on her, but I don't want none of this type of smoke and Smoke's activities on you. Brush that shit a child. And he doesn't even miss a beat. But before we get there, Boss Hogg tries to come up with some bullshit, and the look on Smoke's face, like, do you see I'm trying to have a fucking moment over here with my baby and my daughter, and he catches like 6-7 shots to the body, and he deserved it. Fuck you. I do not mourn your passing. And he turns back around to his baby. The cigarette goes down, flicked away, and he holds his baby. And we get that same line that he said when he visited her grave at the beginning. Papa's here. And that's his move on to the next realm. And that, as small as the scene may seem, that's so powerful hitting. And I really love that.
It's so beautiful. And I do like, I cannot help but like
the way he wrecks shop.
But like, just crack up at the fact that, there's, as you said, it's this solemn moment and it's a like cleansing, but it's like, yeah, but first I gotta finish this guy off with the Uzi. It's just a little blip in the scene, and like it's completely like it's 100% acceptable because he's trash, and it's like
but Boss Hogg, you know what? You are not the main character, sir. You have no agency. We will give you no quarter. Die horrifically. Thanks.
Yeah, no, I mean we've talked about a lot of heavy things on this stream. We can afford to take a few minutes to enjoy clan members being mowed down with a Tommy gun, and particularly
100% in fantastic flair.
Exactly, but just getting to the emotional part of the scene that you mentioned, I want to bring up Eric's point, where he points out that Annie also calls Smoke by his real name, Elijah, in that scene.
Yes. Oh, dude.
Yeah.
That, and I thank you for bringing that up, because that is one of the things I wanted to mention. At no point in time ever did Annie call him anything but his government name. Yeah. And if you, I don't know who you guys in the chat or homies on the panel, who you are around in your day-to-day life, but that is something very prevalent in the African American community. I'm just saying. Yeah. Please remember, it's almost like, yo, don't touch my hair without permission, just because you're curious. Don't do that. Yeah, I love it. Yeah, she never gives him any quarter. No, you absolutely have to address him as his government name, because that's how he know it was serious. And that's why I think Annie has always been in his mind. Like, you know, again, that line, your body hasn't forgotten me. Again, I'll say, who the fuck would, bruh? And shout out to Wunmi's husband, because you lucky, bruh. I hope you know that.
No, she's wonderful, and just the beauty of that scene, with how angelic she looks, and the way it's shot to make it clear that like Smoke is passing into the afterlife, as he, you know, and now he gets to be with this woman that he loved and their baby girl who never got to live. And Eric points out in the chat again about the name, that fun fact, Elijah and Elias are the same
Elijah
name.
And Elias.
Yeah. And
yes.
And this is why I think it's so important that like the smokestack twins, Smoke and Stack, that's what everybody calls them and what they're known as. But in the most emotional moments, you know, they are referred to by their given names.
Their real names. And also there is a very biblical tie-in for Elijah and Elias. Elijah was a prophet that like lived a like Asgardian level of years on the earth. And I think it's been a while since I've been in Sunday school. You know, someone can correct me in the comments if I'm getting this wrong later. But I believe Elijah had asked God to like find him a disciple or someone to help continue the work that he was doing, someone that would respect it enough, someone that would revere God enough in the capacity that they needed to. And Elias, not Elias, Elisha was his name. You know, there was Elijah, and Elijah trained Elisha to take on his duties. So I feel like it's kind of the same thing here, Elijah and Elias. It's that duology that sets it apart a little bit. Yeah, Elijah is Hebrew, Elias is Greek. Yeah. Different aspects of the same thing. Low-key, Sansa and Arya, two sides of the same coin.
Yeah, God. It's just such a beautiful but like sad and tragic, you know, ending. And
there's only two survivors, and technically they still have a lot of trauma in their survival, even though they're able to live out their days together. Like Loki, I'm looking for the crossover between this ending and possibly a one-off miniseries reboot of the originals, because it just would fit. I don't know if you guys watch the originals. I'll explain off screen if you haven't.
No, I haven't.
The originals and the Vampire Diaries are all in the same universe.
Okay. I have seen the Vampire Diaries.
I haven't seen it, but I know of it.
Okay, wait. Yeah. Okay, so Jared, you said you've seen the Vampire Diaries?
Not the whole thing, but I watched the first season or two.
Okay, so did you watch up until the Michelsons came in?
Yes.
Klaus and them? Yeah, okay. Those are the originals. Yeah, they had their own TV show.
Yeah. No, I remember seeing it. I just never got around to watching it, but I remember thinking that like that was a really cool concept that they were going to.
The lore is the lore that's in there is pretty. It's again another guilty pleasure on par with the Twilight lore that I love. Yeah, fuck Stephanie Meyer. If you know, you know. I'm not going to explain, but some of the lore that she gave to the Vampire Clans and the Quailuettes was pretty cool, and that's what I stand. I love mythology.
Okay, before we touch on the sort of I guess we call it a mid-credits scene, I wanted, because I don't want to leave it until the very end. I'll
be right back. Continue. I'm listening, but I got to mute real quick.
Okay. I just want to talk about one of the chief technical aspects of this movie, which is the cinematography.
Thank you.
Both the IMAX footage and the super wide 65 millimeter footage, which just like this movie was fucking gorgeous. In every respect, and it's one of the things that stood out to me when I saw that very first teaser trailer. I was like, oh my god, this just like looks like a cinema lover's dream. It's definitely recalled like that feeling I get when I see the preview for an upcoming Christopher Nolan movie. Just like I knew I was going to love this film visually before I even went to the cinema to see it. So yeah, and I love the fact that I think the aspect ratio is like the wider aspect ratio is like 2.76 to 1. It's whatever was used on the Hateful Eight is what they used here, and then of course the IMAX ratio for certain scenes where for the impact of the moment, and then certain scenes it literally opens up where the black bars recede, and I fucking loved everything about the way this movie looked with the cinematography, and that's not even getting into all the costume design and and everything else, but I just want a big round of applause to Ryan Coogler as well as the cinematographer. See if I can get this right. Autumn Durald Arcapa. I don't know if I pronounced that correctly, but yeah, she did an absolutely amazing job shooting this movie. And yeah, I'm just in awe of how this movie looked, and it's one of the chief reasons why, like, obviously the fact that it's my favorite movie so far this year, but also visually is also why I absolutely had to buy this film on 4K Ultra HD. Like this is not one of the movies that where I can get to settle for a digital version. Like there was no question of I need to have this movie on disc. Agreed. Because it looked so amazing, and yeah, I could just go on and on and on and on about just all the visually stunning, and I love like the inky blacks of the film. Like that this is one of my chief gripes with digital cinematography, is that very often the blacks in an image are not actually black, they're gray. And it's one of the things that kind of goes unnoticed, but every time and it's sometimes they can work magic with color grading but there's no mistaking the inky blacks of a movie shot on film, and it's just gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, the way this movie uses color is incredible. Like obviously the red and the blue are kind of staples with not only with the characters of Smoke and Stack, but just the way they're silhouetted against the setting. The images of the setting sun in this movie are some of the the best that you'll ever see. And also the way the camera moved, especially in that iconic juke joint sequence. And again, the cinematographer, Autumn Durald Arkapaw, she's early on in her career, but incredible talent. This is her second movie with Ryan Coogler, because she also did the cinematography for Black Panther: Wakanda Forever. Interesting note, all 5 of Ryan Coogler's movies, the cinematographers have been women. So he is, Rachel Morrison. Rachel Morrison did 2 of his films. Maurice Alberti was the cinematographer on Creed. So this is a case of a man who is using the power and that he has now accumulated with the success of his films to kind of help lift up others and give them opportunities. And Rachel Morrison has gone on to direct herself. So I think Autumn Durald Arkapaw is talent to watch.
I'm confused. I'm sure if Hollywood is to be believed, there should only be like one working female cinematographer in the entire industry. Do I have
Isn't
that wrong?
The status quo? Isn't that what they do already? I thought that was in the terms of service and standard. What is it they call it? SOPs, the standard operating procedures.
Yeah. But no, I was so happy when I watched, because I did not actually know that he had worked with female cinematographers throughout his entire filmography. When I watched one of the behind the scenes features on the disc, I was very happy to see that, because it's it's just, I think it's just something that I take for granted that, it's a Hollywood movie. Of course, it's very rare that you see, women shooting, movies. So you're used to the image of just another male cinematographer. And so when she was, giving her interviews and talking about the process of shooting the movie, I was like, that's really cool. So I was very happy to see that. And no one can pass any bullshit saying that she didn't shoot the absolute shit out of this movie, because it is fucking gorgeous.
Phenomenal. Like I've never seen, honestly, a lot of any images from the Delta South, and the way they brought it to life here, just gold. Absolutely fantastic.
Yeah.
So, are there any other big points?
I just want to talk about the very ending scene.
Yes. Let's get into that.
Where we catch up with a much older Sammy, played by Miles Canton.
Buddy guy.
No, that's the younger Buddy guy. See this the fact that I initially just was reading the name off list shows how little I know about the blues.
He is a legend in the blues jazz scene.
Yeah, and I was not aware of that, and after I learned it, I was like, oh, that's really cool. I'm very sorry. Like, everything I know about music is predominantly classical music and film scores. Like, I apologize.
No, you don't need to apologize for that, bro. Look, I don't hear a lot of things that happen on the radio as they're actually new. I hear them sometimes weeks or a month later. So, you don't need to apologize for that.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. The voice. Exactly. Yeah. Miles's voice. We waxed poetic earlier, Cassie, about Miles's voice. Absolutely.
I will say, though, that just talking about the music thing for a second, between AR and Trish, they have really done a job at getting me into like contemporary pop music. So I am expanding.
Bro, I can absolutely see AR championing that role. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Shout out to them.
But I will say, like, what I love so much about getting the scene at the end of the movie and like leading up to it as like, and I forgot that they had shots of Buddy Guy like singing throughout the opening of the credits.
Yeah.
So it entices the audience to actually stay, and then we get like a full scene. And I was so happy when this happened, because when the movie was wrapping up, I was like, oh, we didn't really get resolution to Mary. And then lo and behold, this scene happens at the end of the movie, and showing that both her and Stack survived
in all of the 80s flair. Like, if you've ever seen Coming to America, bruh, when Stat walked in with that shirt, I half expected Eddie Murphy and Arsenio Hall to walk in from the Coming to America part 1 movie behind him. Like, that is just such an iconic look, even down to the shades and the style of dress and hair that Mary was rocking. Just everything was on point.
Yeah. Like I should say the things I felt seeing Mary and her get up.
Say it.
I mean, she was low key giving a little bit of Jenna Von Oy when she walked in, because that literally was the first time I looked at her like, oh, hell, wait, hold on, ma'am, hold on. I feel like I didn't do the proper research, because where did those curves come from?
Yeah,
just saying.
Yeah. But no, I was just so happy to get this scene, and it's so like twisted, because like they were murdered and turned into blood-sucking creatures, but it's like it's kind of a happy ending for them.
It is, yeah. And this is why I said in the beginning, Smoke actually absolutely did look out for his little brother that one last time. And I think Stack absolutely had the same idea in his head when he said, yo, you don't need to apologize. You did protect me every time. And it just is what it is. And we get that backstory once they come in. And I really like how they did that, because the bouncer comes in like, a boss. First of all, so let's remember Sammy's club is named Perlene's. So I'm sure that he has had other women in his life, but the fact that Perlene still stayed on his heart is just chef's kiss. I love that.
I noticed that for the first time watching the movie today, and I was just like, so I was like, oh, because God.
He thinks about that night so often. Like, what he tells Stack later is like, almost every night during the week, I think he said like at least once or twice a week, I wake up screaming, remembering the horrors of that night. But we see him come in here, and Sammy's led such a great life. He set out doing what he wanted to do, and he was very successful, because you don't get a musician the caliber of Buddy Guy to come in and play a character that was not successful. And he did that. And I love that when the bouncer came in and talked to him and said, hey, boss, I told him we was closed, but they said they would give $200 if we let him in. Like, you cool with that? And again, I would have said the same thing, because that's $200. Yeah, I don't got no problem with that. Go let him come in and get a couple drinks real quick. Anybody in here, be all right. And then he specifically hears the bouncer say, as he is picking up his drink, y'all go ahead and come on in. And he freezes immediately, because why would the bouncer say, yeah, you can come in, unless it was something that absolutely needed to be said because of an unspoken rule that bouncer doesn't know about. And Sammy caught the tea immediately, because he froze with the glass halfway to his lips. And he turned and looked to the left, and the camera turned with him. And who walking in? Stack, with one of the hottest sweaters to come out of the 90s. and Mary right behind him, wearing a style that is very reminiscent of groups of ladies from that time, i.e., Patra, Yo-Yo, the Fly Girls on In Living Color.
Oh
in
yeah.
that set. That's what was going down with them styles. So if you didn't translate that the way I just broke it down, now you know why those clothes look the way they do, because they were from a very specific, awesome era in music and in style. And they come in and Sammy's looking at him like, damn. And like, you would think that he might be terrified of that, but he's not. He's literally just surprised, like, bro, you still alive? What? Mary? You still there? Because Stack kept their promise. He didn't bother Sammy at all. He didn't try to force him to go in one way or direction or whatever. If Sammy ever would have fallen into any type of trouble, I do think Stack would have absolutely jumped in, both him and Mary, if they could, to help in whatever way they could. But that never happened. And honestly, I feel like I would like a little mini series on that, because they low key were just shadow people in his life that he didn't know was there. Who's to say there wasn't some fuck shit going on, and they were running interference to help him stay safe and stay alive to get his talent out there.
That was
tinfoil, but I'm putting it there. If it happens in a prequel, y'all heard it here first.
Well, this was the major thing, like, coming out of this movie. I know, like, Ryan Coogler has said, like, a sequel is not even under consideration at all. But, like, I came out of this movie, like, I want to see Stack and Mary and follow them.
Right, that's what I'm saying. There's so many awesome little scenes that could be seen as throwaway, but we want to see those side quests. And I know Ryan has said that, you know, there's not going to be anything else, just like Watchmen and Lovecraft Country. It was only meant to be that one season. This was only meant to be this one movie. I'm just saying, though, however, Ryan, like, since you still have like all of the rights and distributions and everything, why not go ahead and give us the Choctaw Vampire Hunters? I think that would be great. And I think that the audience would love it too. One, because vampires will always sell. Just, I don't know if y'all see the cinema like I do, but I think vampires and werewolves, especially if a cool twist can be put on them, will always sell. But here in particular, you have awesome Native American tribe that has very good history that can come in and do some things. It's kind of like did y'all see what was it, Prey, I think it was called?
I love that movie,
where it was centered in that Native American, yes, it was centered in that Native American community. And also Marvel tie-in, sorry Gwen, it's there, so I have to make the reference. It's there is a character that is named Kari that was put forth in the What If series of cartoons and multiverse. You know, what if such and such happened? What if such and such happened? And Kari is a Native American woman that was able to find, like, so I think it was specific to a lake or a river or something that was on her people's lands, and through that she was able to, like, get to a different portal of her folks that had fallen in there, but they didn't know how they got there, but they all had, like, ramped up superpowers, and she found the way out so they could go and help their people and stop the colonization that was about to happen. And it was very interesting on the Native American, you know, so, because I feel like, that could have been something, if it was in the real world, would have helped a lot.
I just wanted to draw on some things that were just discussed. First of all, you're perfectly fine talking about Marvel stuff because, you know, because like I said, I've liked a lot of the more recent MCU stuff from the past couple of years, which is surprising just because of the reactions that certain other people. I've found it actually more interesting and then what came before. So you don't have to apologize for that. Plus, outside of the MCU, anyway, I actually am a big Marvel fan. And the other thing that I wanted to say was you mentioned the movie Prey. And since we're talking about Marvel, the actress who was in that, Amber Thunder, was actually in the TV series Legion, which was on FX, which was an X-Men show, which ties back into something I was talking about earlier because the Alien Earth TV series is being done by the same guy who did Legion. So.
And that makes me even more sure in my saying, Feige, I dig you, homie, because you've given us great things over the years, ever since the first X-Men in the 90s. However, I need you to stop being disrespectful on that section of Disney Plus where it says, Legacy Marvel. Why do you have Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. there? Even after you tried to say many times that it wasn't canon to the MCU, but now it's there. So that means you're acknowledging that, yes, it is canon. It deserves to be there. You have the Spider-Man movies. You have the Deadpool movies. Bye, Cassie. Thank you for coming out. Lovely to see you, my friend. Why did you pull the Runaways? The Runaways was on there. And if you didn't know, the Runaways is a group of young mutants. Technically, it could be considered a different section of the Young Avengers who saw that their parents were magical trash, and they decided to run away and form their own group that would help try to right the wrongs that their parents were doing. Y'all don't have them on there. Y'all totally don't have Cloak and Dagger on there. And I know a lot of folks said Cloak and Dagger disappointed them. I think it was great, so screw y'all. You don't have the Gifted on there, and you don't have Legion on there. And the kicker with that is you had MCU people star in that show. Same as Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. There were cameos already done. Why do you not have them in the Legacy section, Feige? 50 points from Gryffindor.
Yeah, it's. I always feel like the mutant side of things has always gotten so much disrespect.
Disrespectful.
It's. I'm happy that they're now bringing some of that stuff in, but they still need to put the respect on the properties that came before. Stuff like that may not be like the immediate go-to stuff like the films, but like Legion deserves to be propped up as like.
Oh, Legion was so good.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And it was very accurate to the comic character. And, for y'all that don't know, Legion is the son of Charles Xavier, aka Professor X. And he has like 101 personalities in his head. And he has to deal with that day in and day out. And there's a lot of times folks try to take him out because he is just that level of dangerous. If I remember correctly, he is one of those mutants that's rated Omega level above or above Omega level or very close to it. Just you don't get too much stronger of a is it be telekinetic? No, a telepath like Jean Grey and Professor X and Legion. So I feel like you need to start taking the proper concerns with that. Rude.
Yeah, I which also another side note and connection. I will just say it will never like stop cracking me up that in that show that Professor X is played by what's his name, Viserys from Game of Thrones.
Harry Lloyd. Harry Lloyd. Harry Lloyd is low-key officially in the MCU, and I don't doubt his acting chops. What I will say is I have the version of Night of the Seven Kingdoms, which is like all three of the Duncan Egg books rolled into one, and he does the narration. And the narration is good, but there are moments in the style that he has of narrating that his voice gets really low, like almost to a whisper, and you can almost not hear him, which kind of sucks because I have to play with the volume a whole lot, and I usually listen to audiobooks while I'm multitasking, and that just sucks to have to pay attention to that. But again, don't let that discourage you. Go find his narration because he does a very good job on it.
Yeah, that's one of my more like that's one of the, because I'm not normally an audiobook person, because it just like a lot of times when they're trying to do like voices and like it just doesn't vibe with my own like sort of the way it goes when I read a book myself, and it's all in my imagination. So I'm typically not super into them. The exceptions being that one. I am a big fan of his reading of that. Also the more recent Andy Serkis Hobbit, Lord of the Rings, Silmarillion audiobooks are just out of this world fantastic.
And Andy narrated those, right? If I remember correctly. Yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't gotten to those versions yet, but they are on my list.
Yeah, they're so good. Anyway, you can tell by the fact that we're really digressing that we're at the end of our discussion.
Yep, that's how it always rolls. We got all of our big points out there, and now we're just segueing back and forth.
Yeah. I would like to apologize because I really was going to try and keep this to being shorter, because you were coming on to discuss this with us, and then here we go, and we've still managed to do a goddamn 4-hour stream. I apologize for keeping you so long, AK.
I would apologize also, but it's sinners. So.
Yeah.
And I appreciate it. And also I appreciate being able to sit here and hang with y'all. So
yeah,
again, like I said in the beginning, it's been a while, and I love to be able to talk about this.
Yeah, this is par for the course for Jared and me. We just sit here and yap away, just because it's fun.
I don't think I've ever guested while you were a host, Jared. Maybe there was one other time, but it definitely wasn't recently.
Yeah, no, I think the last time you were on AK was when I was going through my period of doing it by myself, which is wild.
That was a good like 2, 3, maybe even 4 years ago. Actually, yeah, it's been a while.
Actually, you know what?
Sometimes though.
Although maybe not. Maybe I think I had you on while Jared was taking a couple weeks off. It's when I think it may have been we did a stream on Kill Bill Volume 1. And Jared which we never got around to Volume 2. We're gonna have to fix that.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do need to finish that.
Yeah,
indeed.
And we
have
also
your people call my people. We'll do lunch.
We also did that Street Fighter stream, which was so much fun. Do you remember that?
Oh yeah. Oh, yes, I forgot about that. Again, that's another bit of cheese from our childhood that we love.
Yeah. But yeah, anyway. So
any other like huge big points? Y'all, Jared, anything you want to drop in?
I mean, I just would to kind of tie a bow on that final scene with Sammy and Stack and Mary. It really is. This movie is definitely it's a bittersweet ending. We love those because of all the death and the loss that it's experienced. But I do think that that it is ultimately a hopeful message. And a lot of it comes with the character of like Stack and Mary. We had touched on the fact that they do get to be together. There's that beautiful moment that I loved from Hailee Steinfeld earlier in the movie where she's talking about the fact that she's been passing as white and she has a white husband, and Stack had kind of arranged that, where it had basically said like, that's what's keeping you safe. And she just looks at them and says, I didn't want to be white. I wanted to be with you. That's just like heartbreaking. But then in the end, they ultimately do get to be together in this way. And, even though it's not the way they planned, and the world kind of, has the world has definitely evolved since then. It's hopeful that they are getting to see the world very slowly, perhaps, start to evolve. I do think my headcanon is that they probably killed some scummy record dealer that was trying to fuck Sammy over at some point and just didn't tell him.
Absolutely.
But yeah, the final lines of the movie, specific, where you would mention, AK, that Sammy talked about like still waking up, reliving that night, but before that sun went down, it was the best
night of my life.
And Stack's response, it's like, was it like that for you? And the Stack's
no doubt about it.
Last time I've seen my brother, last time I've seen the sun.
Last time I saw the sun.
And just for a few hours, we was free.
We were free, which is exactly what Delta Slim said when he was describing how the blues works for their people.
Yeah,
just
it's a chef's kiss, mic drop kind of final line for the moment, and
facts.
I think that it's, again, it's a beautiful, sentiment, because, we've talked a lot about the fact throughout this stream that, this movie depicts a really kind of fraught and terrible period in American history. And obviously we're still going through some, many of the same things now. But and you've been very open, AK, and thank you about like the way that makes you feel, and the fact that you don't feel safe at times, and my heart like breaks for you for that, with that. And all I can say is that like one of the reasons that this movie is so powerful and art like this is so important is because it is aspirational. It is showing us that we can do better. And that we do not need to let the worst of us who are currently holding power define us or our patriotism or what it means to be American. So like, I'm very happy that you're a citizen, because you will one day hopefully live in an America that is better and lives up to the promises of its name. And you can say that you helped make it make it that way. Because my patriots are the people who were out in the streets on the No Kings protest, not the ones who are floating themselves in the flag right now. So I think that ultimately this is a movie that will become a touchstone for American cinema, or it should be. And the fact that Ryan Coogler was able to make this statement, this highly political film, and to have it be such a major, commercial and critical and, widespread success, and that he will get to, still have ownership of that, even as, corporate pressures may be building. He has protected this movie from that, and he has made a statement that cannot be unheard. And I just think that is the reason that, for me right now, I can say pretty definitively it's the best movie of the year so far. And if we happen to get a better one or two before the end of the year, it will be a sign that we've had a great year for cinema indeed, because this would stand tall in any year.
Agreed.
Yeah, I will just say that, and to kind of bring it back to, we were talking a bit about the like awards earlier and stuff. As far as like recognition for this movie, I hope and pray that this gets like heavily noticed when the awards roll around, and that it makes a really big splash. Because as much as this movie has already been a huge success, I really want it to continue to like be in the public consciousness, and having like that sort of months on end, awards race, and continuing to get this movie out there so that people will see it, and more people will see it. I think is really important, especially with the state of things, and the fact that it is so aggressively makes people confront, the issues. There's just to sort of, connect this to, you mentioned Watchmen, AK, and, there's that beautiful line in Watchmen, "You can't heal under a mask, Angela. Wounds need air." And
Yep.
and that's what art like this movie can do, is that it can shine a light on all these things, even as there are terrible people in our world trying to, strip art away and make it harder to speak out. I think that a movie like this can be very powerful. And so I hope it continues to get out there and people are exposed to it. And so that, in addition to it being just such a wonderfully outrageous, entertaining, emotional film, that it can also, I think it has the power to do a lot of good right now.
Indeed. Yeah, this is absolutely my favorite movie of the year thus far. And I suspect that even anything else I do watch that comes out, I'm still going to say this is absolutely the number one spot. Is so many layers that were all deeply rooted in music, and I just love that as a standard theater nerd who loves mythology and how lore can come into storytelling. This was just a masterpiece for me. So yeah, I'll give it like a 10 out of 10 Sammy's guitars. Tens across the board. That's from Post.
Yep.
I will not explain that further.
Yeah, no disagreement. I think it's I'm not even shy about saying it's an absolute masterpiece. And yeah, I can't wait to see what Ryan Coogler continues to do, because this just like raised the bar in terms of what's like, he was already an outrageously talented filmmaker, but seeing this, I'm like, oh dear God, I cannot wait to see what he does moving forward. Just absolutely incredible. Okay. I think that'll wrap things up finally. We did cross over the 4-hour mark. So, oh well. Yeah, just really quickly again, reminding everybody that next week we're going to be talking about Alien Romulus. Then in the weeks to come, we'll be celebrating the 25th anniversary of The Patriot. We'll be talking about Thunderbolts, Alien Earth, the TV series, and the 30th anniversary of Batman Forever, which as of now, we are going to definitely have AK on for at least that, because
yes,
indeed. That is going to be so much fun. But yeah, thank you
guys thank you all for having me on. This has been such a blast. I love hearing everyone's different opinions, hanging out in the chat. Danny, Motherone, Guilty Undertaker. Who else? There's someone else. You got Cassie come in. Danny McKay. There's someone else I feel like I'm missing. Guilty Undertaker, Motherone. Who else was
here
there?
Briefly. AR was here.
Was it?
Yeah.
Yes. AR came in at the beginning, and for Bill Guilty Undertaker. And it's been a while since I've seen some of you guys, so it was really good seeing y'all's pop in chat. I hope you enjoyed the convo. Thank you. Thank you again for having me on. Always a pleasure.
It is the unfortunate thing about the great social media divide that happened after what happened with Twitter happened, and so I feel like we haven't. You and I haven't talked as much, which has kind of sucked. but that's why I was very anxious to have you back on. And I just had an absolute blast.
Always love, absolutely. Always a good time.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So okay, I announced what the stuff we got coming up. I'm all done. Do you want to plug anything, AJ?
Let's see. The next Wednesday, me, Meeks, possibly Lady D will be on talking about the episodes 4, 5, 6. And this is the second half of Ironheart. And on the Citadel of Trivia Friday, I believe we'll be doing some Disney trivia. So tune in for that if you like trivia, or if you're just into random Disney things. And when we say Disney, we mean all Disney, not just the MCU properties that have been put in, but all of the Disney throughout the ages. So come through. It's always a good time.
Good. Excellent. Jared, anything you want to say before we sign off?
No, I just we'll be back next week to talk about Alien Romulus, and I will be looking forward to that and to Alien Earth, which I'm getting more and more excited for. But I just want to reiterate what a pleasure it was to have AK on. You know, we were really hoping that you would be able to make it work to talk about this movie.
My pleasure.
And there were just times when I felt like I just didn't want to say anything. I just wanted to listen to you talk. And so I hope that our audience feels the same, that because I think your perspective was an essential one.
Yeah, for anyone that doesn't feel the same, I will say I apologize.
No, I'm always excited, you know, aside from the fact that I just love getting to spend time with you, AK. Also, it's one of the times when I can be at peace with stepping back and being quiet for a while, because I know that what you're gonna say is gonna be, you know, so much more.
My tangents know no bounds. Sometimes I'm lucky enough that they all that they tie in.
It's just I love having people who will you know, who have more intelligible things to say than I do, and it makes me look smarter as a result.
Okay, see, sir, look here. I'm gonna need you to stop talking about my friend like that.
Okay.
I only came over here because my homie and his homie are great, knowledgeable nerds. Okay, I don't hang out with random folks that don't do good stuff, and I feel like you do that good stuff. So stop it.
I apologize for that. I haven't done the self-shading thing in a while, and unfortunately, it just came out. It's very easy for me to slip into that. So sorry about that. But
and everybody's saying goodbye in the chat. Thank you again, y'all, for being here. It's always such a pleasure to see everyone come through. Hope if you watch Ironheart or are watching Ironheart, you still got some days. Wednesday is when we're going to talk about it, so come through for that, please. I'm pretty sure Gwen is going to have my channel down below. If not, if one of you lovely folks will put it in the chat for me, I'd appreciate that.
Yeah, I will. That was actually an oversight on my part, honestly, because we just haven't had a guest on.
So. We literally speed ran through this. Hey, AK, come do a thing, and we only remembered legit because I popped into these lovely folks talking about what the hell were y'all talking about? I feel like it was Star Wars related, and I don't see a lot of folks that are covering Star Wars stuff. So I said, hey, what's going on? And Gwen was like, yo, I was just thinking about you, AK. Let's do a thing. And I said, of course, sir. All you need to do is send the Raven, call the banners. AK will always rise to the occasion.
Yeah, and what were we talking? Oh, that's right. We were doing our Star Wars trilogy discussions as well as
yes.
And what was before? No, that was the most recent thing. We were doing Andor before that, I think.
Yeah, pretty sure it was that.
But yeah, so yeah. Anyway, so thank you everybody who tuned in to chat with us tonight, and thank you again, AKA, for coming on, and yeah, we'll be back next week with Alien Romulus. Until then, hope you all have a great night, and we will see you later. Bye.
Stay safe, folks.